Ladies, ladies and gentlemen, in about 15 minutes we will start the second day of our Internationalization Congress.
Szanowni Państwo, dzień dobry. Rozpoczynamy drugi dzień pierwszego Kongresu Umiędzynarodowienia, podczas którego dyskutujemy o umiędzynarodowieniu kształcenia na polskich uczelniach.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the second day of the first Congress of Internationalization, during which we will discuss the internationalization of education at Polish universities.
Przypominamy, że część paneli kongresu prowadzonych jest w języku angielskim. Zachęcamy do korzystania z tłumaczenia.
We would like to remind you that some of the Congress panels are conducted in English. You are encouraged to use translation.
Witamy Państwa zgromadzonych w audytorium imienia Kieturakisa w murach Gdańskiego Uniwersytetu Medycznego oraz osoby oglądające nas na żywo dzięki transmisji online.
We would like to welcome all those gathered in the Kieturakis auditorium within the walls of the Medical University of Gdańsk and people watching us live thanks to online broadcasts.
Już za moment odbędzie się panel zatytułowany Partnerstwa strategiczne – jakich partnerstw potrzebujemy?
In a moment, we will start a panel entitled Strategic Partnerships. What partnerships do we need?
Co zrobić, aby współpraca międzynarodowa w ramach takich partnerstw nie była jednorazowa, zawierana przy okazji ubiegania się o granty?
What can be done to ensure that international cooperation within such partnerships is not a one-time event concluded when applying for grants?
Jak polskie uczelnie działają w sojuszach uniwersytetów europejskich, a jak wygląda współpraca międzynarodowa polskich uczelni poza tymi sojuszami?
How do Polish universities operate in the alliances of European universities, and what does the international cooperation of Polish universities look like outside the alliances?
Na te i inne pytania postarają się odpowiedzieć nasi paneliści.
Our panelists will try to answer these and other questions.
Profesor Dominik Antonowicz z Uniwersytetu Mikołaja Kopernika w Toruniu, członek Rady NAWA.
Professor Dominik Antonowicz from the Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń, member of the NAVA Council.
Jego magnificencja profesor Marcin Gruchała, rektor Gdańskiego Uniwersytetu Medycznego i przewodniczący Konferencji Rektorów Akademickich Uczelni Medycznych.
His Magnificence Professor Marcin Gruchała, rector of the Medical University of Gdańsk, chairman of the Conference of Rectors of University Medical Schools.
Profesor Ewa Gruszczyńska, prorektorka do spraw międzynarodowych Uniwersytetu SWPS.
Professor Ewa Gruszczyńska, Vice Rector for International Affairs at SWPS University.
Jego magnificencja profesor doktor habilitowany Teofil Jesionowski, rektor Politechniki Poznańskiej.
His Magnificence Professor Teofil Jesionowski, rector of Poznań University of Technology.
Panel w języku polskim poprowadzi profesor doktor habilitowany Stanisław Kistryn, pełnomocnik rektora Uniwersytetu Jagiellońskiego do spraw współpracy w ramach Sojuszu Una-Europa.
The panel in Polish will be led by Professor Stanisław Kistryn, representative of the rector of the Jagiellonian University for cooperation within Una-Europa Alliance.
Zapraszamy również profesora Sławomira Smyczka, prorektora do spraw edukacji i współpracy międzynarodowej Uniwersytetu Ekonomicznego w Katowicach.
We also invite Professor Sławomir Smyczek from the Economic University in Katowice.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to host this panel. When I was discussing with the director, I think it's according to the rule that the moderator knows the least, so he's not going to interfere in the speeches. But anyway, I'm going to interfere a little bit. I want to thank the panelists. According to what Mrs. Laura Rambley said, we have got really exquisite panelists, and I hope we are going to learn how to create effective strategy of internationalization. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to talk a little bit about my memories addressed to the hosts. Maybe you know, about 7 years ago, I had the pleasure to lead the National Congress of Science with Anna Budzanowska from the ministry. I'm talking about this not to show off, but I wanted to emphasize this because after a few years of very poor discussion in the community, hopefully we are coming back to the culture of dialogue. And I want to emphasize the word culture because we could see that yesterday present ministers started to listen to the community, and I think that these circumstances should be used in order to shape different strategies of policy so that they become good for us, not only to the politicians. Ladies and gentlemen, as it was said during the introduction, strategic partnerships is something very crucial. Luckily, we moved from the stage of signing two sides agreements which are put to some drawer, and they do not result in changing Christmas cards. They are just present there. Now, actually, on universities and academic institutions, we are wondering how could we start partnerships which could be beneficial to all the parties, not only to us, and how we can help our partners from all over the world and share our experience. Here, we are going to think, and I hope also you would like to present some suggestions what should be introduced in the strategy so that from what we have today, from the process of internationalization of education, how it can look in our dreams and what kind of instruments, procedures, methods we should include in the strategy that we can reach the goal and the path in the future. For me, a very good example are European universities. I'm a classical converter. I didn't used to believe in European universities, but as soon as they appeared, I believed in them strongly, and I'm active in our European alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, the strategic partnerships and cooperation are about diving into cooperation and research, but also we try to create for all the pillars and missions and single missions of universities the base of effective and modern administration. This is something that seems to be the most important in the attempts of creation of European universities. Before we move on to the discussion basing on the experience of our panelists, I would like to ask Professor Antonovich to share his conclusions from the analysis conducted, I think, yesterday. There is a booklet, which is the report of his research and the group, which was distributed, and I think it's going to be a very good introduction to our discussion. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Professor, for the introduction. I strongly recommend the report from my research, which presents our two-year work with first Polish universities, which entered University Alliance, European Alliance. Taking this occasion, I would like to conclude a very short part, and I would like to answer the question that was asked by the professor. So what should characterize international partnerships? So the definition is that those alliances are connections of two or more universities which are stable content. And now I would like to talk about 5 features of strategic partnership on the basis of European universities functioning in Poland, on the basis of the surveys, and documents and visits. So these are the 5 subjective features that I made in order to animate the discussion. And I hope maybe you would refer to those features based on your experience. So first of all, the base is that all the engaged subjects should be engaged in the partnerships for certain goal. Maybe it's obvious, but our research present that the engagement of particular partners, first of all, isn't equal and changes in time, because the enthusiasm of authorities and resources changes. So each time it's worth ensuring that the subjects present in partnerships which are strategic for us notice this strategic function. We can say that lack of the enthusiasm or decreasing enthusiasm can be contagious. So one institution, I don't want to use a metaphor, but puts the brake on and it becomes contagious to other institutions. And this enthusiasm decreases commonly, and it goes the other way around. So the institution, the university, with huge potential, with potential of enthusiasm and engagement, can share with others. In most of the cases, these were off-the-record discussions. The authorities of universities or people engaged in alliance weren't eager to criticize their partners in the alliance. Nevertheless, they shared their observations that the enthusiasm in case of 7 or 6 institutions was very different, and the sense of common goal is not always the same and equal. So we need to watch out and check. I know that some universities left alliances. I do not encourage you to do that, but it happened not without any reasons. So it's good to make sure that we want to realize our goals in this circle. So people who are in this group, some of them are because of some traditions or they lack courage to make some move forward. So it is just so the will to cooperate and to realize the common goal is really crucial. The second feature is the common field. So the strategic partnership needs to have the common domination. In the language of boxing, we can say that they work in the same weight. So it's good that those universities are of similar status. So it means that they not force, and this relation are very symmetric between them. That one universities within the framework of an alliance do not force its vision of cooperation, which is very often a cooperation of hierarchy. So the success of partnerships, as almost all partnerships, based on the symmetry in relation and discussing some subjects, especially like those problematic topics started to emerge. Sorry for next metaphor. On the contrary to fairy tales, mesalliance does not always work. So these are experiences which result, first of all, from the research that we've made in Poland. So where universities feel that they have got partners in the league, they have better relations. But when we have got dominating universities, then the cooperation is still strategic, but not very fluent, and the engagement is smaller because some subjects feel less subject in those relations. The third features are stable base fundaments, and those stable fundaments result from the more people in the university are engaged in European alliance, it's like the roots of the tree, the more rooted they are in the institution. Universities in general, not only in Poland, are characterized by being spread somehow. And the relations between departments are very, very different. The walls of the university are treated as the least translucent. It's good that alliances aren't limited to 1 or 2 departments, and it's good if they are not step on the base of the rectorate. So not only on the authoritarian and administrative level. So when we have got some difficulties, authorities changes, the enthusiasm is limited, resources can diminish, then the chance that it's going to last and develop are smaller. So I think this is the strongest comment concerning the interior of the universities. So the alliers are going to be more lasting if they're going to spread horizontally among the universities, but also if they reach the staff. This is really well done by European alliances, on the contrary to other international cooperation. They reach also staff totally not internationalized or not engaged in the process of internationalization, workers of the deans. And here I think that, first of all, we need to take care that European universities spread inside of the university, but also we need to take care that the biggest group of people which used to watch the process of internationalization somewhere outside can feel that this is also kind of instrument for the development for them. The fourth features is that new understanding of internationalization. It refers only to European alliance, and maybe it can also refer to other kind of international cooperation. Namely, internationalization isn't only mobility yet, still. And I have listed a number of phenomena that spread our spectrum of perception, comprehension, absorption, and application of international context. We have got classes, seminars, workshops, language courses, consultation, and so on and so forth. So internationalization is also a way of thinking, breathing, I would say, with international air, or participation in international structures, and not only quotation, travel agency of international. So it refers to the previous points that we need to make the group bigger. And it isn't like everyone can travel anywhere, but that the international strategic partnership must be international and strategic, but it needs to go beyond very narrow group of staff. So language, also across the organization. And the fifth point, of course, I understand the time limits. I understand this look. So it's the last fifth point, namely, without engaged leaders, the strategic internationalization or strategic alliance do not have the chance to survive. If we have criticism or decreasing enthusiasm, we start boxing in one place. We have got doubts, disappointments, not all the partners are so enthusiastic, then it's time for the leaders. It's exactly like in sport, in playoffs. There is time for veterans, for leaders who need to present their engagement on different levels, that regardless of any objectives, and this is our time, and the university needs to go in these directions. So when crisis appears, those leaders need to come, and with their engagement and time, they need to present that for this community, for this university, this is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As you can see, here we have certain indications that are crucial. I'm always supporting Dominik, but I need to give equal time to each speaker, because now it's the leaders' time, so let's address the leaders. I suggest to combine the two subjects into one. If you could suggest, each of you, how does internationalization of education look like in your institutions, and where do you see difficulties, and how would you like to tackle them? And then we will move to the needs in order to implement it. So I would like to encourage you to tell us about your situation and what do you see it in the future like. Let's start with Mrs. Rector Eva. Thank you very much for giving a chance to participate in this panel. Thank you very much for a fantastic introduction. I'm a psychologist. This is a scientific field, and when I was listening to the introduction, I thought that relationships between universities looks like relationships between people. It's the same dynamics. When we are aware of it, it's very helpful. It helps us in our work because when we assume that the normative part of this process is difficulties, it's much easier to overcome them. It's an illusion that everything is smooth, easy. We are different, and it's beautiful as long as we can reach communication. I didn't want to start with a high C, but I couldn't stop myself when, after 20 years of joining European Union, I have a feeling that the idea of European universities is a value that we believe in, and this is at the top of our strategy. Full implementation of internationalization is implementation of our values of a dialogue, cooperation in spite of the differences, and we are still looking for what is putting us together. It's obvious what divides us. We speak different languages. We are a consortium with different languages, different universities. We live in different cultures. We have different institutional cultures. We have different legal representations. We have public and non-public universities. And in spite of this, we can sit down and look for solutions. What for? Because we believe in education. Because we believe that this is necessary. We have an era of irrationalism. So more and more people get higher education when we look at the numbers, but a parallel process is going on. I mean, capitalizations of emotion. We believe that thinking and knowledge is valuable, not only emotions, and I say it as a psychologist, because I think that psychologists believe that emotions are the key factor. I don't know if it happens to you, but very often students say that this book in the library is against my well-being. It introduces a cognitive dissonance. How can we do it on the operational level? I don't know what's your feeling, but I have a feeling sometimes that sometimes the narrative is helpful and sometimes it's just a story. So I tried to create a model on the basis of our experience. Are prepared 4 stages. I was asking myself whether it's a stage model or a linear model, but I think these are the simplest forms of internationalization, especially when the courses are given in English. Then we are organizing programs prepared in Polish, but they are delivered in English. Then the next stage is dual diploma programs, or what I called a chosen diploma, because this is the case of programs which are conducted via Erasmus program. So a student goes abroad to different institutions, and finally he chooses the university for his diploma. And the highest level of education, common joint programs, which have to be crowned with a European degree. So we can describe this model in two dimensions: across the axis of time and engagement of our resources. When we have a look at Mondo's competition and the grant of European Union for a joint program, which is not finalized with dual diploma, is about 60,000 euro. So we can see that it can be financially estimated. Just to finish my speech, I would like to say that we are thinking about European degree as a natural course of Bologna process. We have doubts. We don't know what's the result, but the scalability of the program is interesting. We are looking at it. We are thinking about it. I encourage you, and I encourage all the partnerships universities to have common meetings to discuss it, because I think it's what we need. In this sense, the internationalization is not only about mobility, but it's a huge process owing to which we as Poland, as a European member, we are changing European education area with everybody participating. Thank you very much. What was said about values by Mrs. Rector and the context of values of European Union is a very nice view, in my opinion. But if we could have a look just beyond partnerships, Mr. Rector Sławomir, what's your situation in at your universities? Thank you very much. I would like to say thank you to the hosts for invitation to the panel, and I would like to congratulate you. Perfect organization of the Congress, and I'm sure I will participate in the next one as well. I would like to come back to the previous presentation as well, and I would like to say that it doesn't mean, if we talk about European universities, strategic partnerships or any other alliances, but a reliable partner at the other side is a fundament of an alliance that we can rely on. Because I deal with marketing and end user. When we talk about loyalty programs, there needs to be a financial and emotional support. So in such alliances, if the partners see the combination of mercantile and economic advantages, if we like each other, if we are emotionally engaged, then there is a chance for a success. It's the same like in marriage. We can marry somebody because we love the other partner, but sooner or later the taxes needs to be paid. Obviously, we can marry somebody only for economic reasons, but then we will look away for emotions. So such a combination is a basis for any solid alliance. Strategic partnerships, we wouldn't like to engage into a polygamic relationship. So don't do this to us. But coming back to internationalization, I think that one of the best forms are common international programs. We have a few programs like this, but we haven't got a common diploma. But these programs allow us, at the level of second degree, we have only 4 universities because they issue their own diplomas, but but the other members of consortiums are engaged in intensive courses. So within one program, we can engage different programs, all programs, and it can be advantageous to everybody. There are voices negating the fact that our students refuse to go on Erasmus program because it takes too long. Yes, we can see such trends, but when we change our attitude, because a few years ago we introduced a reform of all our studies because we have a problem of internationalizations of Polish-speaking studies. We introduced a strategy for you. Humboldt University, but still it's about knowledge and transfer of it into education. It's about novelty, modernizations, and all the methods of engaging the students and practicality, because being an economic university, cooperation with business is a basis. And the fourth element is internationalizations. So we introduced mobility on all our directions of studies. It cost us a lot of energy to get the result, but we are having the effects. We observed a decreasing tendency regarding Erasmus, and now we are coming back to the old good times when we had a surplus of candidates, and now we really have to prepare a selection in order to grant Erasmus. And another issue is international weeks, which are very popular. It's both when we go with our students abroad, but as well we organize courses here. So we are trying to engage students in organization of intensive courses in order to make them get the competences of the host as well. And the third element, a very important one, if we want to have a long-lasting partnership, we have to have ambassadors of internationalization or promoters. It's not only the rector who needs to be internationalized, but at each level we need to have a person who is engaged, who can react in a critical situation and promote and support the system. We don't need to be convinced that internationalization is critical, but we need to convince everybody who is not here. For the last 12 years, we are fighting for the cause. We are seeing representatives of your institutions. We can see that it's all the time the same members who are already internationalized, but our challenge is to get people who are skeptical about it in order to get the information down in a cascade form so that everybody can feel the engagement. So we need these both pillars, emotional and economic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you here and our online audience, we are the ambassadors of internationalization. So I think that is the goal of all of us is that it works very well. And those of you who are writing the strategy are going to make it easier for us because of providing the mechanisms which are possible to implement. So international director is magnificent. And if we have got this magic number 4 in our organization, Unia Europa, we have got 4E, not 4U, but in English it's more or less the same. So Tolak, if you could tell us about your views and whether in those processes that are being implemented in your case, the students or doctoral students participate. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the possibility to be in the beautiful city of Gdańsk, and the temperature is very high, like in Fahrenheit. So going down to earth, maybe I will begin according to the rule of Terrier Brown, what my predecessor said, Staszek. When we started in Technical University of Poznań and in UNIS, our European Alliance, in short, about 20 years back, we were building internationalization through different programs in order to engage foreign students in our structures, in order to build the open university, culture, religion, sport, that our students can be present in international community. I think it's obvious for all of us that entering European Union speeded up the process. And today, talking about the diagnosis, we've got the problem that our students speaking fluent English do not want to study on English-speaking studies, but maybe on Polish language studies, because then we have got higher level. They speak better English, they have a better workshop, but the speakers, the lecturers also know the English language as well. So building European university is of different construction. We, as a leader, have relatively higher influence on how to build the partnership. Our university is very diverse, so as Dominic said, we haven't got the same fundament, the same base. It's totally different, created of 10 very different units with very high potential as classical university, as a business school, very dynamic business school. I am the representative of technical university. So looking at the process of internationalization, of the pragmatic attitude, it's not very easy because our house needs to base on the workshop of an engineer who is building the quality. So it's very crucial to build the fundamentals, which for me, not only as a rector, but also for a scholar, is that we have got open platform of 200 institutions where our students can make internships and students are introduced in the process. Staszek asked whether students are engaged, and I must say that yes, even more than the staff. We can see their engagement, that they are building the common camp connected with sport, that within the framework of the alliance, we are building such a possibilities. They are building international cafe with the participation of internationalization process. So they are building this. We have got not only a common Christmas Eve, but much more. So they want to go beyond. Within the framework of doctoral studies, we have got Navaster, one of the most interesting programs. They make very decent grants. Talking about Erasmus, for example, we have got the social exclusions. Students which are rich intellectually and economically, they can travel freely and easily. In our case, these are students of architecture because they have got a lot of things to see in the world. I am talking in a metaphor. So no problem, 100% go, but we have no problem to keep them. But other people want to be closer to their mom and dad and study until they are 40. So they can just travel and visit countries like Zanzibar. So this is what they choose. They don't want to be engaged. And in short, I'm going to be more critical. What you may help to solve us. Do candidates want to study at all? In which form, especially during studies that we offer? Very difficult, very demanding, with no space for recreation for 7 or even 10 semesters. Because in order to be the engineer in the full cycle, you need to spend this 5 years, even sacrifice those 5 years, and to build the base to be international engineer. And one more problem, the level. We accept students from different countries, not only Ukraine, but also we have wonderful students from Spain, France, from this hard Europe, from very good base. I'm not talking that Ukraine hasn't got very good fundamentals. They have got even better base of mathematics than Polish high schools. So I'm sorry for this diagnosis, but I think this is crucial. But also from very further countries for which it's impossible to face the requirements. The university is to open the door and do not disturb. So to wrap up, students and doctoral students for me are the base of internationalization, and we just need to create mechanisms for them how to make it more attractive for them to be in our community. Hopefully, the university from the system of feudal and liberal goes to a more liberal system. And those universities can be our partners. Unfortunately, people about 30 years ago, we have got this humbled maestro system and nothing more. Thank you very much. I think we do not have to be worried by the fact that studies are demanding. These are requirements and some demands because this is the investment in yourself. So we do not have to dream about the situation that 80% of high school graduates start studies. We want students that have chance to graduate their studies. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from my kindness, I also can be a little bit mean. So now I would like His Magnificence Marcin share his thoughts. I think that on one hand, we can agree that building strategic alliances it's good when we have got quite similar universities, but we can also build strategic alliance on the basis of complementary. It doesn't result from internationalization. We are here in Gdańsk, we have got Fahrenheit in Gdańsk, and we create something which is actually a strategic alliance. But they aren't similar to each other. Medical university, technical university, and classical university. So we have got this rule of complementary rule. So we can say that in those international alliances, we need the engagement and that each institution sees benefits for itself. Of course, we, within the framework of internationalization, create relationships with universities of similar profile to ours. So these are universities in the scope of medical science, natural science, because for us it's natural and also it is in the range of interest of our students. I also see in internationalization, especially in the scope of didactics and education, something which may be very crucial, especially in our times, that at some point, at the moment of threat of a war in Europe, I deeply believe that the relationships between young people learning, studying together, working together on solving particular problems, people originating from different countries, different nationalities and cultures. It's the best, if not only, method to stop, to break different kind of phobias, nationalism, some kind of religious barriers. And we are living in this world as it is, different kind of fires and so on and so forth. I think that we, the universities, need to do our best in order to clear this atmosphere of conflicts, which are sometimes caused by politicians, medias, religious leaders, and so on. So I think this is our serious duty. So I think the internationalization, common didactic problems, apart from the substantive value. They have got the value that should result from our European flag. And for me, this is the key value that we in this Europe and all over the world respect ourselves and are able to live and co-live in peace. And the thing that I'm the most proud about our university is the program of common studies that we are giving together with 3 other universities. University in Lille, University in Groningen, and with Ghent. Those studies are on pharmaceutical department. These are master degree studies, and each semester are on one of 4 universities. We have got international enrollment process, and it also engages students outside European Union. They are founded within the European program. And this is a huge benefit because we know that for effective internationalization process and to solve the potential difficulties, we need funds. Because apart from kindness and determination, I'm talking as a rector, everything costs. And rectors know this problem. So the easiest thing to solve all the problems are the funds. Material resources. So we know that we have got those resources because enable us to create such a program. I'm extremely impressed. A dozen of nationalities studying together, changing their place of living every 3 months, changing totally the university, changing the community. So let's think, what kind of an amazing effect does it give? We have got a large number of volunteers for this studies. We have got extremely good candidates, but we have got one more effect. The staff that cooperates for universities needs to cooperate fully on the realization of the program, of the curriculum, which needs to be coherent and must result in an effect. So it starts from starting the studies even in English language, because we cannot work without us. If we don't have studies in English language, no one is going to come to us. How are we going to organize life for this English-speaking student? He's going to come to us if he will be able to learn something effectively. So there's no other possibility than to open studies in English language, which may be sometimes quite painful because the staff mayn't be very enthusiastic about it. But on the other hand, I don't like this idea of mass internationalization. So, for example, enrolling for English studies, hundreds of students, and making business out of it, because it results in the situation that we accept and only enroll weak candidates, and those weak candidates lead to the situation that the staff is demotivated. And we do not have this positive effect. Yes, yes, I see the look. Thank you very much. I have finished.
I didn't have courage to stop you. Even I don't have that kind of insolence. I know you don't believe it, but oh yes, this is the case. Yesterday, it was said in the ministerial panel, Minister Szeptycki was talking about money. I can only say that in Warsaw, at the conference of Times Higher, I ended my speech. I will say that I can speak English as well. And this is what I said. This is something that in the speech of the Mr. Rector, the host, we cannot try to compete with Ferrari going on a bike because there will be no result. And what Mr. Rector said, I am full of admiration for the Association of Fahrenheit in Kraków. We try to organize a partnership between big institutions and Polish Academy of Science. Some attempts were made, but they were stopped. It's not internationalization, it's cooperation. Nevertheless, it shows that in different aspects we should try to convince one another that we can cooperate. Now we move. I can see that David left. No, he's at the other side. He hid, but next to the entrance. But Zofia, director Zofia, is here. So let's try to consider maybe we could choose one, 2 or 3 points that should be included in the strategy of internationalization that will make it possible for our institutions, not only universities, but scientific institutes, research institutes, what should be included in the strategy in order to become effective in these faculties. Please give us 2 or 3 hints. Or maybe Tolek, please start. It's a difficult question. To get means in Poznań, we don't talk about money. This is why I said nothing before. Talking about strategy of the university in order to make the internationalization functional, it's needed to get a formal strategy in the strategy of the university with our goals and ratios in order to be implemented. Obviously, we can put everything in the documents, but if the university sees a chance, and every university has to have it defined nowadays. Today we don't have a university. Already the notion of internationalization is included in the name of the university. So the key strategy of a university is that each ratio should be encrypted, should be written down in the potential of the university and of the ministry. We are talking about education, but it's hard to be a good teacher without being conditioned internationally. We haven't got that vision formally written in our law. We haven't got the internationalized PhD graduates. We have it only in English. I don't know if there are any doctoral studies in Polish. It can have a good fundament, but generally speaking, a PhD school, the best elite school from the point of view of the development of the university, its potential, and the market that we are surrounded with. After getting PhD degree, we know that the best ambassadors, our ambassadors, are our PhD doctors representing us in the world as Max Planck, Fahrenheit, or different institutions like Fraunhofer or many other institutions, commercial banks, typically economical. These are key coherences. So we need to have ratios for students, so for exchange. We say obviously that mobility is differentiated, but when university, His Magnificence Gruchała, Marcin talked about it, he said that we need financial means appointed, so there needs to be a ratio of internationalizations for the student. And looking at the system I was talking about, we don't have to go abroad for a long period, but minimum 3 months period, or as Marcin said, 6 months, and a rotation activity. Without such a ratio, no rector will say that it's his most important spectrum, because he will come back to the notion of how to keep the base. So there are a few hundreds of participants today in online and real participants. It's a tool as well. So when we are building a hospital, in order to create a better ecosystem, we have to create an international education. When we get better education, we will be healthier. And I would like to add as well, in connection with war, we will be safer in a broader context. So I say that legal aspect is very important for internationalization, because in Poland, when there is no written form of this, there is no financement. And then Rector Kistricht, a fantastic physicist, fantastic speaker, said that a opinion of politics at a unified Europe, politicians at a unified Europe, has to be a creation of ecosystem and a better climate, and we have to fight for it. Thank you very much. I am intimidated by such a compliment, which I do not deserve. From these two speeches of the rectors, from one side, we need to be prepared for exquisite education. We have to educate elites, clever elites. I'm a simple physicist, so for me, reasoning is the basis, and emotions should be left at a second level. But at the other side, in order to create such attitudes, it's good for everybody to at least have a touch of higher education, probably in philosophical field as well, in order to understand what thinking is about. Marcin, Mr. Rector, maybe you will say what should be written down in the strategy of internationalization. In my opinion, we need to be aware that people, human forces with certain qualifications, skills should be dedicated to the program. They need to be full-time employed, not just an additional job. People who should have clear goals, they should be well prepared for it. I think that you are that kind of people. So people who are dealing with internationalizations at universities, and they need to receive funds. So we need to dedicate, I'm sorry, I'm talking about money, but they need to have a certain budget. And from the point of view of authorities, we need to be open for the dialogue with these people. We have to listen about potential problems and support them. I think that this is very important, because without dedication of special forces and funds for concrete goals, nothing will be achieved effectively. And what I said about implementing faculties in English, because without it, nothing can be built. I mean, no rational internationalizations can take place. So thank you very much. Dominic would like to take the floor, but I omit him. No, I don't feel omitted. I feel being given attention to. So one thing about skills, about strategy, from my experience in my work in many different universities, is that the language competences in foreign languages is very weak. I think that we should create a systemic approach to learning English. We can talk about internationalization, we can provide different visions, but truly speaking, we need to really know English, but many other languages as well, European languages. We have to really speak them well in order to receive communication. And this is what Dutch people have already achieved, who are the leaders. So as long as we do not require that kind of English level from our students, not only shopping English, we need to give them possibilities. European universities achieved this. They motivate, but we need to get it into our strategy, a systemic program of getting a higher level of English-speaking students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dominic. Ladies and gentlemen, I have also the experience of being a rector now in the main council, but I think that our main problem is communication. So we cannot add to this problem the other problem of lack of common language. So I totally agree with Dominic. Mr. Rector Sławomir, what kind of guidelines for NAWA? What should we include in the strategy? Maybe I will approach the subject other way. Do we need the strategy of internationalization of a separate strategy, or maybe we should have integral strategy, and this internationalization should be an integral part of, in general, strategy of higher education, because maybe we can have situation that we include some things, elements in strategy of internationalization that's going to exclude with other objectives. So first of all, we have got education, cooperation with community, and social impact. So in fact, the strategy of internationalization needs to have this horizontal character and should be an integral strategy of higher education for our country. And I would like to point out one more thing, the surrounding that is going to enable to implement the strategy. Yesterday, when I was listening to the speeches of ministers, I think we ourselves need to answer the questions. What are we as Poland, as our country? And again, I'm going to refer to marketing. Little is cheap. And we are what? So why the students, I know, from Ghana, from South Africa, is going to come to Poland for studies? We haven't got any doubts that they're going to come and going to be very impressed. We have got very positive feedback. But what can we do to make the student come to Poland, and what makes us special among other countries? Very often I get an Estonian university to verify, and they boast themselves that they are one of the most innovative countries with new technological and computer solutions. So when we ask those students why they come there, and they come exactly to Estonia because of these features. So we, together with our government and within our community, need to answer the question, what are we? And together we need to put it in action. Moment, Tolek, please wait a moment. First, I need to comment on that. Yes, I totally agree that what you've said at the beginning, that this is crucial, that the strategy of internationalization needs to be an integral part of general national strategy. And we have got a document titled like scientific education, and yes, it's still not completed. We have got one sentence about European universities on 30-something page. So here our participants from NAWA should take care that this strategy should be, let's say, horizontal. It should have influence on the general policy or scientific strategy of Poland. Yep. And for example, Space Agency was mentioned about 7 times in different places. So, ladies and gentlemen, Tolek, please, 30 seconds comment. Yes, you say one word and then Staszek brought up this national policy. And here we have written that there is AI and something nearby. AI is just a tool. We just cannot give up ourselves to, of course, wonderful tool and development of some discipline, but scientific policy of our country needs to be complementary with the development of the country and its actions, but I would like to stand in opposition. We have got really wonderful youth which speaks English language. We have got a lot to do, but they speak a number of languages. It isn't just the material which isn't genius. Excuse me, this word material. Students from your universities, probably they study at the really wonderful universities like Dutch, Spanish, and so on, and they feel themselves as partners. It isn't like those years ago when I felt a little bit awkward abroad because there were really little of us. And there was a problem, the problem with barrier, with the wall that we broke, hopefully. And today our students, truly, I don't want to say during this conference that we cannot educate globally, because it isn't true. And in fact, of course, I know I'm out of the time, but students come here because we educate. We have got deficits for our university because I spend more resources to educate in English language, which is obvious. But we want our Polish language students to have good ecosystem. So we need to reverse this situation, but the level of education is exactly the same. Like, I don't want to mention the university not to offend anyone, but at universities which are called excellence among Europe. And I'm talking about it without any doubts. In science, we have got much bigger distance because at my university, we haven't got any winner for Nobel Prize so far. Yeah, from my university, neither. So Mrs. Rector is going to close the round. Tomek took a little bit of your time, but please. I hope I will manage. I'm going to watch your look. Yeah. It's really interesting because we can see very similar ideas, not only of this panel, but in general, the strategic document like Europe on the Move, when we have got the mobility on the level of 25% for students, when we have got universities without walls. We can look at those documents. They aren't easily written. We can look at them like some kind of news bureaucracy speech, but I'm totally sure while listening to the speeches and talking that they are up to date. And this is our strategy of internationalization. And I totally agree that it should be an integral part. We have heard that universities are internationalized since the early beginnings. There were pilgrimages there. So this is like very old Europe. As you have said, the mission, the vision, objectives and actions. And depending on the level, the conversations about the strategy can be discussed in with different language. But definitely we need strategic partnerships like we are here. And I think it's beginning to be created. And we are here as representatives of very different universities and very different parts of those universities. But we need strategic partnership that Poland as a country provides very good education, future education. So if I was searching for the mission of our strategy, it would be exactly this mission, because it does not seem that anyone will lose on this idea. Each of us can benefit. So our students studying in Poland, but if we go a little bit beyond, I would think about 3 elements. Experimenting, so that the strategy enable experimenting within the area of education. We are talking about starting some research teams. It's very important on the stage of developing scientific career that the scholar builds his or her team. And I dream about didactic teams where we think not only about what to teach, because it results from this research part, which gives us the knowledge, but also we think how to teach, how to do this, how to implement new technologies that they enable educating people who are going to be present on the work market for 50 years. Can you imagine how the world is going to look like in 50 years' time? So truly, the way how we teach, in my opinion, is equally important like this what we teach. And truly the idea to be ready to experiment. To whom should we enable to experiment? Whether units with A+ in this discipline or maybe units who are in European universities should experiment naturally. So we have got a different kind of criteria. The second element, which should result that we are able to act, regulations. We've talked a lot about this in the previous panel. Education market works like sinusoid. I'm looking at Mr. Professor, if I use the right term. So it's liberal. At some point, it starts deteriorate the product provided by the university market. So the diploma misses its quality, and then we started again with the regulations. So really, we ask for more regulations where they are really necessary, but not to this point that nothing is possible. For me, stronger regulations concerning students which shouldn't appear anywhere, I think it's very easy. I think that we might be the only one. I haven't checked, so please check it once again, because it was just rough research. We've discussed it yesterday. Then on student visas, citizens outside European Union can work without any limits. Other European countries with our neighbors give limits from 10 to 20 hours a week. So I think this is quite easy solution. So the issue of regulations, and here I would also add, because for me it's quite surprising that we haven't got any representatives for Polish Accreditation Commission. And the last point, needs and the scale. I don't know. We are very close to the idea of Humboldt University when we have got education and didactics, and this is in one place. 359 institutions of higher education in Poland. Do we have the education everywhere? Or maybe it means from definitions that they are worse? I'm not sure. Does it mean that all of our students are able to learn at those universities where there is education? Probably not. Whether our Polish students are very different from students of other European universities? I don't think so. So let's remember that the strategy includes also the fact that the needs are very different. We have got also applied universities. So let's have a look, because it seemed to me that the dialogue doesn't include this idea. So if the strategy enables us to face those problems effectively, building the proper ratios, I think in a few years' time we're going to be in a very different place. So thank you very much. That I think in the framework of our system we need diversities, and we need to appreciate this diversity and expose. Not each university have the same mission, and not each institution, first of all, has the same mission. So according to this defined mission, it should be appreciated, evaluated, and last or do not last. I don't want to say on the market, but in the system as such.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for oral speeches. Now we would like to give the floor to the public. We have still some time for your comments or questions to the speakers. I'll thank you for the first question. Good morning, Justyna Gierzyńska, Luminar Foundation. Thank you very much for today's session. It's indeed showing the level of our engagement in thinking about internationalization, and it shows extraordinary depth of knowledge we already have. I like very much the idea that you proposed for universities to be gathered in university alliances, to meet more often and to have discussions about what's happening to them. I think that communication, as you saw, is a weak point of our universities, and we should speak about it openly. It's not a good situation, and I am talking about it as a manager of partnerships projects within the framework of Erasmus, and I can see what trouble it is for us. We arrived at the moment when the communication of our successes, not only the difficulties, is very important in order to keep the momentum which is taking place at the first Congress of Internationalization. My second remark refers to experimenting. Luminar Foundation was leading strategic partnership in which GUMED was a partner, and we had in our partnership Karolinska Institute as well. We assumed in a project CLIMED, I strongly do recommend it, it's still on the website, we were working on methods for academic teachers, how to communicate, how to work effectively in a multicultural and multilingual environment, academic environment, in academic spaces that are international. And I would like to say that this experiment, very successful, in our opinion and in Everest opinion, with very high notes. Such partnerships as well as university alliances give a possibility to learn, maybe not via experience, but via observation, to others who are open to it. So I'm strongly advocating it. I think that the University Alliance should meet in such a forms, because we otherwise would never get into such alliances. So I strongly encourage you to share your experience. It's hyper important for internationalization and for our influence on education in Europe. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments. I would like to add only, please treat it as a comment as well. There is a gathering at CRASP and at Ministry directed by Professor Marcin Pauls, and I'm active there as well. So we have meetings. They are taking place as often as they can, but yes, you are fully right. It's a question of scalability. I talked about it in Una Europa. I said that the solutions that we are implementing and testing should have scalability features, making it possible to propagate further and to be implemented for those who want. Here I have one question, which is displayed on the chat box. How can we transform traditional models of partnerships in order to make it more diverse and promoting more inclusive and balanced international relationships? Who would like to address this question? Tolek, oh yes, please take the floor. I would like to say only that this is a very difficult question, and this is why I would like like to answer it. And it's impossible to fulfill it in full dimension in our ecosystem today. So, each strategic partnerships that we are building, so each institution who would like to join our alliance or cooperation meets only barriers, institutional, both for European university and for a non-European university. And formal conditions, whether it's an American partner from US or from other continent, is in some way excluded. Even at our last meeting of our 10 partnership universities, we were discussing how to cooperate, how to create a political cultural diversity, and first of all, values presented by broadening such a university. And I think that such a congress or meetings on European universities should influence a European Commission as well in order to modify our alliances, in order to broaden their scope in different ways. Even by partners from Ukraine was beautifully formulated, but in reality the situation is much different. So we have to need to be more open as Europeans, to broaden our potential, but we have formal barriers where part of universities is excluded from non-Europe. Coming back to testing, I think that European Commission sometimes has a very too broad approach. Sometimes it's good to test it. Now we say that we have a blueprint for European degree. Maybe it should have been tested first, then criteria should be modified, and then to have a European degree or European degree label confirmed. But we should be influencing the decisions at the European Commission level as well. Jolanta Buczek, National Agency of Academic Exchange. Thank you very much for a very inspiring and interesting discussion. And I have a question directed to Mr. Professor Antonowicz, because it refers to footballization that you wrote about recently in your publication. And you're transforming a kind of analogy from football league, where we have the head footballists and then all the following players. And you were making an analogy to the grant system and universities in different countries, and ERC grants, which are directed at Western, so-called Western Europe. So I would like to ask, is this process of stratification of universities and higher education institutions, is this addressed, or should it be addressed in our strategy of internationalization? And I have another question. Probably to all the speakers, which country is for you a reference country when internationalization is concerned? Thank you very much. Because this is a NAVA question. I hope that we will have enough time to finish it. Dominic, please speak shortly. I would like just to explain to you the concept which was mentioned here. When I see the richest leagues in Europe, so starting from 23, when we look at the distribution of ERC grants, some countries are dominating, and we call it a structural abuse, because there are certain rules influencing distributing of funds, and in the same way the football leagues are being placed in order to avoid certain matches with Estonia, for example. So some countries in Europe are excluded from distribution distribution of European funds, but I can see European universities as a German idea of distribution excellence. It's going across, giving everything to the flagship institutions, 3 or 4, and allowing them to influence at the transnational level on the rules of grants. So I think that they are granting improportionally to a very low number of institutions. I would like to talk about European institutions. It's a German, a bit French answer. In order to avoid big elitarization, because it's not advocating, it's not on behalf of the project, European project and solidarity, European solidarity. Now everybody, each speaker is asked to present one reference country. I don't think we have one. We are getting knowledge from different sources. Germany, Finland, Netherlands. No, only country. May I please? Because I would like so much to say something. No, everybody's waiting for coffee. We have 6 minutes and we still need to add something. Because I wanted to say something, just that I would like to say that the price of an academic teacher should be as high as a top footballer. Uprising, Polish uprising and European Union, I think we've done already a lot looking back historically, so I'm very proud of what you're doing in internationalization. We don't have one country as well. We are looking at different universities, Finnish, Italian, Dutch, in different, perfect in different areas. So we can't really choose one country who is the leader. I think that about references we will be talking later. And last comment, please.
Comment. There will be no questions. I am afraid we have no time for answer.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to say, you were talking about the need for a common language. Sometimes we use the same words to refer to different things. The word university actually means something totally different in each country. And the word rector, in some countries it's called president or vice chancellor, is a totally different job. And I think that when you collaborate as students, it's easy. When you're as researchers, it's easy. But when you're working together as universities, there's a massive challenge because your job is not the same as the job of a rector in the Netherlands. And it's totally different. There you'll have a Hogeschool and a university, so it's divided in two. But you won't have specialized universities. And my feeling is that the main challenge in Europe is not going to be the common language in the sense of English. It's going to be to move towards a common model of what a university is. And I just was wondering if you've started discussing the evolution of the job of a rector and the institutional reality of a university in Poland.
Thank you very much. It's very useful comment. Really, you are touching well the problem, which is really important, and we have to think about that again. Szanowni Państwo, zbliżamy się do końca.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting to the end. As you can probably guess, a very skillful moderator should be able to sum up the session in 1 or 2 minutes, but a lazy moderator, but experienced, appoints somebody else. So I give the floor to Dominic, 2 minutes. Thank you very much. The problem with resume summing up is such that the persons who are being resumed are sitting next to me. So I will try to be quick. I think that communication is necessary between people engaged in internationalization and discussions about our opinion on European degree. I don't know whether we have already one opinion, but it's a game changer. And we don't really me no to the very end. I don't know what, as an academic environment, we want to say about it, what is our opinion, and it needs to be communicated by those who are engaged in European education and who will be granting these degrees. And alliances are another area. They are like relationships between people. They need patience, understanding, but they need funds as well in order to survive. And the last thing, referring to internationalization strategy, we should be aware what is our goal, because this awareness of engagement, emotional engagement, resources, personal engagement, political engagement, it is for something. The internationalization, it's not the goal in itself. We need to have better students. They need to be better educated. We need to offer them better education. We have to be aware how to do it. It should be encrypted in the strategy, not just a cosmic or decoration element, but a central, critical element, because our students will be working in international environment, and they should learn how to do it at our institutions and not from TikTok. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very sorry. I would like to apologize to everybody who were not given a chance to ask a question. But my ambition is to get to the end of the panel before I see 0 on the screen. So I have one more comment. Let's use the chance that our authorities at least create an impression that they are listening to us. So let's try to use this chance either via direct contact with the European, with the main council of ministry, with Mr. Szeptycki, Minister Dębska, and Minister Duszczyk, from main head council of education about internationalization, especially about visas. If you want to get in touch with me or with the Professor Birka from International Commission, we will be happy to move all the comments to authorities. Now we would like to say thank you to experts, because it was a very valuable input. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Szanowni Państwo, w przeprowadzonym niedawno na zlecenie NAWA i we współpracy z IROs Forum badaniu potencjału szkół wyższych i instytucji naukowych do przyjmowania osób z zagranicy, jednym z postulatów jest wsparcie instytucji szkolnictwa wyższego i nauki tworzących własne strategie umiędzynarodowienia. Kilka uczelni, które taką strategię posiadają, zgodziło się nam je dziś przedstawić w formule dynamicznych prezentacji trwających do 3 minut.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a recent study commissioned by NAVA and in cooperation with IROS Forum on the potential of universities and scientific institutions to accept people from abroad, one of the demands of the report is to support higher education and science institutions, creating their own internationalization strategies, both those with a separate document and those treating internationalization as part of the overall strategy. Several universities that have such a strategy agreed to present them to us today in the form of dynamic presentations lasting up to 3 minutes.
Strategię umiędzynarodowienia uczelni w pigułce wygłuszą przedstawiciele następujących polskich uczelni.
University internationalization strategies, in a nutshell, will be presented by representatives of the following Polish universities.
Z Akademii Leona Koźmińskiego prezentację wygłoszą pani Iga Chudzik, specjalista Welcome Point z Biura Współpracy z Zagranicą, oraz pan Mykola Woronin, koordynator do spraw mobilności studentów, również z Biura Współpracy z Zagranicą.
From the Koźmiński University, the presentation will be given by Mrs. Iga Chudzik, a Welcome Point specialist, and Mr. Mykola Woronin, coordinator for student mobility. Both of them work in the International Relations Office.
Zapraszamy.
Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mykola Woronin. My name is Iga Chudzik, and we are from Leon Koźmiński Academy. we would like to present you today the strategy of internationalization of our university for 2021-2030. And our leading slogan at our university of our strategy is a new school for a new world. The founders of our university, since early beginning, predicted the demographic decrease, and it's in our strategy, and it's being realized from early beginnings, and it's in one of the 6 strategic areas in Leon Koźmiński Academy. Our strategic objective is building and the development of influential alliance and partnerships, close relations with stakeholders, enabling active reacting on local, regional, and global challenges. We realize all the objectives from our internationalization strategies alongside. And in our academy, we have got turquoise model. So we don't get from our authorities what we should realize, but we, as academic staff and students, come up with initiatives. What should we do to realize our university strategy? And together with other staff and authorities of academy, we realize them. And you see some of the possibilities that we are realizing. When it comes to activities for internationalization, we divide them into 2 groups. For students and doctoral students. And here on the slide, you can see just some of them, because our activities are very broad. So, as you can see, English language is somehow the main motif appearing everywhere, but we've got a large numbers of activities. And the next slide, when it comes to staff, here also a large number of actions. Also, when it comes to staff, we need to mention about the research, and we try to realize it during every academic year. So the whole strategy you can see on our website. Oh, what a gun! As well. So we want you to visit us in our academy.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Z Politechniki Opolskiej pani Marta Dębowska, koordynator uczelniany programu Erasmus+.
Opole University of Technology is represented by Mrs. Marta Dębowska, Erasmus Plus coordinator.
Good morning, everyone. I am extremely pleased that it made it possible for me to talk about the internationalization of Opole Technical University. Let's move to strategy areas that we define in our document as key priorities. This is education, understood as a development of international studying path and constant promoting of foreign mobility, both for students and academic staff and administrative staff. The next priority are scientific research, so participation of our scholars and different kind of teams, expert specialist networks and cooperation with foreign partners, which influences the competitiveness of our academy and recognizability inside and outside of the country. And the next priority, the capital and organization. It's the increase of international differentiation and the increase of internationalization through the fact that there are going to be a lot of us representing a lot of nationalities. It's going to influence building tolerance, common understanding, and it's going to learn to cooperate with people from different societies representing different nationalities and religions. What makes us exceptional, our strategy is a separate document which is coherent with the common strategy of our university. During the process of creation of strategies, we defined our universities as a mechanism of combined vessels, where the priority for one aspect is going to influence directly or indirectly other priorities. So our strategy is a set of factors influencing each other. And in the process of creating of our strategies, the authorities of our universities gave a huge trust to my unit, so Department of International Cooperation, and our unit, which gets the most of information about real needs referring to international cooperation. And we set tasks described in our strategy. And the last interesting fact about our strategies is those things about Confucius Institute. Its activity not only inside of the university, but also outside of the university. And of course, we go further in this aspect of internationalization outside our university, taking into consideration also the process of internationalization of our local society and development of our region. I've got 15 more seconds, so our objectives for the futures. So I want to mention those for the next months. Double degree programs, blended intensive programs, encouraging to participate organization, international schools, summer and winter schools, and training courses for staff and students from international cooperation and mutual understanding.
Uniwersytet Medyczny imienia Piastów Śląskich we Wrocławiu reprezentuje pani Marzena Dominiak.
Mrs. Marzena Dominiak will represent Wrocław Medical University.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to present maybe not strategy, but intensive plan of internationalization of Medical University of Wrocław, because it's in the strategy which waits for national strategy that was discussed. It's the element which is written in the general strategy of Medical University. It bases on the 5 pillars. We're thinking about education, science, institution cooperation, the area of project and founding, and separately we also pay attention on the candidate, students, and alumni. And we have got a lot of elements connected with the area of education. Among others, we talk about the presentation of student society in the form of UMED ambassadors. The aim is to share the experience of studying in Wrocław with the combination of the realization of the program Welcome to Poland. We are talking about the creation of different form of mobilities for students and academic staffs in order to increase their presence in foreign society. We are talking also about strengthening cooperation in foreign institutions in order to increase the number of program of faculties offered in English language in order to fulfill the need for medical staff, medical careers, and also implementing the certification of micro-credentials, and we are also talking about the humanization of medicine in the global context. The next element is the area of science, institutional cooperation, and projects. And in the framework of it, we are creating the scientific centers, which leads to intensification of project activities within the framework of different international programs and contributes to different development of research possibilities. We are talking about the recruitation of the bigger number of students and foreign staffs, which results in the support of diversity, cultural diversity of academic community. We are also a member of society and association, and within the framework of this association, we have got this micro network, and it helps the functioning of medical universities. And in this association, we create different activities, program, BAPs, summer schools, and other actions that we've mentioned. And also, we are applying to NAVA project, which gives us the support possibility to become legal member and cooperating member with such an alliance which we are talking about. Thank you for your kind attention.
Z Uniwersytetu imienia Jana Długosza w Częstochowie prezentację wygłosi pan Bartłomiej Kowalik.
From Jan Długosz University in Częstochowa, the presentation will be given by Mr. Bartłomiej Kowalik.
Ladies and gentlemen, the document regulating internationalization politics of the university in Częstochowa is the strategy for the years of 23-28. We are augmenting the activity, didactic one and international, via partnership with international institutions, for example, with Horizon program. We are increasing the number of publications and the quotes, modernization and making it very attractive, the educational offer, thinking about the increase of the participation of foreign students. We are promoting recruitment online and during stationary events, for example, via recruitment office for foreign students. We are offering the first and second degree courses, and owing to Welcome to Poland program, we implemented Welcome Center, and a month later we added different parts. Via cooperation with economic environment, we are using project colors. We present it in numbers. We have 9 partners from different parts of Europe and 55 associated partners. The cooperation in regions will be based on co-spaces. We will be creating collabs with different intelligent fields, for example, green governance, order, student centers for entrepreneurship. A university belongs to EUA, CORA, EPNORE, and Magna Charta. We have different programs from European, financed by European Union. We have about 100 delegations, excursions for staff and 50 for students. And we accepted about 70 students from Ukrainian universities for 3 months didactic internships. And as a beneficiary of PROM program, we had 170 mobility, and we are belonging to a program of solidarity with Ukraine.
O umiędzynarodowieniu na Politechnice Gdańskiej opowie pani Anna Modrzejewska, kierownik Centrum Współpracy Międzynarodowej.
Ms. Anna Modrzejewska, head of the International Relations Office, will talk about internationalization at Gdańsk University of Technology.
Good morning. I am very pleased to present you the strategy of internationalization of Technical University in Gdańsk. Because our strategy is quite a big document, I wouldn't like to bore you with too much information. I would like to present to you perspective of internationalization from the point of view of a unit appointed by our authorities to monitor the implementation of the strategy. What's most important for me, and I think for the members connected with internationalization as well, is this, that it's not a free electron traveling in between other programs, but it's an integral part of the development of a technical university for the years 2030. We have goals, appointed goals for the strategy. They were created on the basis of 4 areas of our activity: the education, knowledge, and innovation. And the 4th part, we created a figure implementing the engagement of students as well. So we implemented strategic goals, which were divided into smaller tasks. which will lead to the implementation of goals, and each task will have different ratios appointed, and to different ratios we appointed an owner, so a person responsible for achieving the goal. In our case, at Technical University, the owner of a ratio is a pro-rector, and each pro-rector has a team. And what is a second crucial key element is that internationalization at our university is not in separation with our crucial activity, and the teams responsible for implementation are created from the whole academic society, because different departments are engaged in implementation of it. What is worth mentioning here is that the strategy is a framework one. It is leading us towards excellence. The document we are working upon every year is a live document which is changing according to circumstances, and the strategy was created before we joined the European Alliance. Now when we joined it, we added
Teraz pan będzie powiedział.
Uniwersytet SWPS reprezentuje pan Radosław Stanczewski, dyrektor Biura Współpracy Międzynarodowej.
SWPS University is represented by Mr. Radosław Stanczewski, Director of the Office for International Cooperation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will be a bit sarcastic. We don't have a strategy for internationalizations. We are a non-public university educating in the field of social studies, humanic and art. We have 15,600 students in 6 campuses, 1,160 students international of 80 nationalities. We have 17 studies in English, and we are the first non-public university belonging to ERUA. We have a mission. Our mission is via education, knowledge, art, and public activity, serve human beings, society, and environment. This mission is designed for the years 24-29. We started working on it in the year 22. This is the strategy of all of us. So we've created it. As staff of the university, we believe that the internationalization is everywhere. We won't be creating a separate chapter for it and separate strategy, because it's interwoven in all the areas of our activity. For example, in academic education, we can see it very strongly. We have Erasmus Mundus programs. We are creating new programs of studies, intensive courses, and common initiative, didactic initiative within the framework of European Universities Alliance. Within the scope of art, we are conducting researches together with foreign partners. We haven't got grants. We are fighting for them in international groups. Our ambition is to become the leader of the consortium. We want to have public activity as well, not only in Poland, but in Europe as well. And the leverage for it is the Alliance of European Universities. We want to change the environment, not only in our country, but in all the continent, as our academic community. Tolerance is, and diversity is very important for us, not only in on our campuses, but in natural environment. We are actively fighting for the goals of sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Grupę Uniwersytetów Merito reprezentuje pani Paulina Witomska, dyrektor do spraw partnerstw strategicznych z Centrum Rozwoju Szkół Wyższych Merito.
The Universities Group is represented by Mrs. Paulina Witomska, the Strategic Partnerships Director from Merito University Development Center.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am very pleased to be here, and a few words before I talk about our group regarding the morning panel: dialogue, communication, listening, cooperation. These are the values which are our values in our group. A few words how we work, how we function, because it will explain our strategy. 5 universities today who are in whole country. They have different departments in 11 cities, and federation which gathers all the cooperation of educational. As a group, we believe that via master management, we believe that our universities and senates are independent and they make their own decisions. But if we decide that some field, some area is crucial as a key factor for everybody, and internationalization is such, and we cannot go further because it's an integral part, without it, we can't develop. We have to address these European values within our groups. This is why the strategy of internationalization is implemented at the level of every university. We have 6 components, and they implement the goals into areas. We have didactics, we have education, we have recruitment, product and service, we have partnerships, partly for didactical part and science, we have the academic part, and we have the expansion. Within recruitment, we are talking about foreign students, about mobility, and about exchange of our staff, and being an attractive employer for foreign teachers. Within the product area, we are talking about increasing of the number of products offered in a foreign language, and teachers who can offer those products in a foreign language, and cooperation with international universities. Service. We want to make a foreign student happy to feel at home. We have partners who help us from short education forms to dual diplomas and science. We want to become attractive and visible for abroad, and our long-term goals is the increasing of the number of students, increasing their happiness. We want them to be happy with curriculum, and expansion, foreign expansion is very important for us. We are looking at it in a humble way, but it's still.
Dziękujemy bardzo przedstawicielom uczelni za ten skondensowany przegląd strategii umiędzynarodowienia.
We would like to thank the university representatives for this condensed review of internationalization strategies.
Zdajemy sprawę, że była to duża ilość informacji w bardzo szybkim czasie, dlatego przypominamy, że prezentacje mogą Państwo obejrzeć ponownie w streamingu na YouTubie NAWA.
We are aware of the amount of information conveyed by our presenters. We remind you that all presentations will be available online via streaming on NAWA YouTube channel.
A teraz zapraszamy Państwa na krótką przerwę kawową, po której o godzinie 12 rozpoczniemy ostatni panel kongresu.
Now you are invited for a short coffee break, after which at noon we will start the last panel of the Congress.
Witamy Państwa ponownie po przerwie kawowej.
Welcome after the coffee break.
Rozpoczynający się właśnie panel przeznaczymy na próbę znalezienia odpowiedzi na pytanie: jak budować relacje w międzykulturowym i międzynarodowym środowisku? Jak zadbać o dobrą adaptację studentów zagranicznych?
During this panel, we will try finding answer to questions how to build relationships in an intercultural and international environment, how to ensure good adaptation of foreign students.
O swoich doświadczeniach i rekomendacjach dla polskich uczelni rozmawiać będą
The following persons will talk about their experiences and recommendations for Polish universities.
dr Adam Płoszaj, który połączy się z nami online. Dr Płoszaj jest kierownikiem Laboratorium Badań Naukoznawczych na Uniwersytecie Warszawskim.
Dr. Adam Płoszaj, who will connect with us online. Dr. Płoszaj is the head of the Scientific Research Laboratory at the University of Warsaw.
A na scenę zapraszamy
And we are inviting on stage
doktora Jacka Kaczmarka z Gdańskiego Uniwersytetu Medycznego,
Dr. Jacek Kaczmarek from the Medical University of Gdańsk,
panią Marzenę Kołtoniak, koordynatorkę Welcome Point Gdańskiego Uniwersytetu Medycznego,
Mrs. Marzena Kołtoniak, coordinator of the Welcome Point of the Medical University of Gdańsk,
a także studentów zagranicznych GUMED.
as well as foreign students of GUMED.
Z Indii Shraddha Singh i Abhishek Singla
From India, Ms. Shraddha Singh and Mr. Abhishek Singla,
oraz Mayrę Alejandrę Bibas ze Stanów Zjednoczonych.
and Mrs. Mayra Alejandra Bibas from the United States.
Panel poprowadzi przewodnicząca IROs Forum pani Ewa Kiszka. Pierwsza część dyskusji będzie prowadzona w języku polskim, druga część w języku angielskim.
The panel will be led by the chairwoman of IROS Forum, Mrs. Ewa Kiszka. The first part of the discussion will be conducted in Polish, whereas the second part in English.
Good afternoon. I want to welcome you on the last panel of this Congress, which is going to be devoted to the support of the foreign part of the university community, and we're going to say how do we do it so it's easier for everyone. It's going to consist of 3 parts. As a result, I need to be very disciplined. In the first part, I'm going to tell you, and here I'm going to refer to Professor Kistren, who is fascinated in Fahrenheit Academy and basing on the standards worked there. Then we're going to connect with the US, and Dr. Płoszaj is going to tell us the conclusions from the report, which was made for NAVA and IROS Forum. And I want to thank to Katarzyna Alexa, which represents FRSE, for participating and will to cooperate, to Anna Wiśniewska, who isn't here, but I hope she's listening to us, and Mana Jarzyńska, who coordinated this very difficult process. Thank you very much. And finally, in the third part, we're going to give the floor, because I cannot imagine a different way, the addressees of our activities, so our foreign students who are here with us and are listening to what we are talking about. And I am really glad to welcome in our audience a group of students from English division who came to support and listen to their colleagues. First part. The Alliance of Universities in Gdańsk of Fahrenheit was for GUMED, Gdańsk University, and Gdańsk Technical University. Its the main task is to use resources and the potential of those 3 universities in the best way. Within the framework of those integration works and the consolidation of our 3 universities, We have 22 teams who were created in order to consolidate and to recognize different fields of activities of our university. So in order to enforce our image and to share good practices of our universities. Among those 22 teams, there is also a team in order to work on the procedure to support the foreign part of our academy through the welcome point. It was the team of staff from our three universities, 11 people working together for a year and a half. The base of our activity were ambitious objectives of our universities, so the necessity of bigger opening to the world, raising competence among Polish part of community of our universities, linguistic, intercultural, and inner adjustment to the realization of our ambitious objectives. So attracting and supporting and integrating with our community for foreign students, doctoral students, and academic staff. Basic problems that our students face, foreign students, were examined for the first time in 2017, thanks to our cooperation with Marshall Office, Department of Economic Development, made for Pomerania universities research. What are the biggest problems that foreign students face in Poland? And basing on those basic problems, some needs emerged. What should be improved and how to professionalize the support and how to help during the adaptation and integrations of foreign students with our environment. So apart from preparation to the profession, they took also soft skills, the possibility to study in multicultural society, that they can realize themselves in different areas, for example, scientific circles, international conferences, and many other cultural events. The base of the analysis, for a number of years, we've been cooperating within the framework of the project of Pomorskie Voivodeship. We want to create a synergy. So the basis of the analysis was not only the strategy of our three universities, but also the strategy of development of Pomorskie Voivodeship, which elements was also talent development, and also our cooperation between our universities. And our main goal of the activities of our work that lasted a year and a half was working on the project of welcome point functioning, strengthening and creating clear support procedures and improving the image of our universities as inclusive, supporting, and open. We've prepared something like ability studium, because we started from this point because we were on the different stages of supporting of this foreign point of our community. For example, our welcome point on Gumet on the 1st of July is going to celebrate the 5th anniversary of functioning. And it was opening, and at the university they were searching for a good place where it could function. So if a feasibility study and a SWOT analysis, so our strong and weak sides, risks and chance. Of course, we've summed up the number of people served at the time. Also, we've scrutinized the forecast for the next years in order to find out how much staff do we need in particular welcome points. We found 20 target groups for which we need to provide support and organize some integration actions. So whether it's going to be a student for the full studies or on the exchange, or maybe some person from the staff, for what, why, and for how long, on which regulations, from where, as well as We considered family members, partners, or possible children. And finally, we ended up with 20 target groups. Scope of activities, we've got 3 areas: support before arrive, support during the stay, and also integrating actions. We also defined the general scope of activities of welcome points. So leading information and advisory center, and what resulted from basic problems. So providing the supports in office activities, social and residence issues, and all the things that could help them to integrate and reside easily in Poland, and not to think of different office issues that they need to complete. And in the process, we worked also on the regulations in each of the universities concerning accepting foreign guests. For each person, we sent a welcome list from the welcome point with a survey, need of survey, and before the person comes, we learn its individual needs. And when the guest leaves our country, I'm talking about guests because it can be academic staff, student, doctoral student, we send a satisfaction survey because we really care that our actions are the right ones, or maybe there is something that we need to improve. Main benefits from our work and the consolidation of our activities is equalizing differences between our universities and working on the common standard, cooperation with other university units within the framework of integration activities, and including other units like language studies, libraries, sports center, and a number of other people helpful to support the activities. More or less, thanks to the fact that we realize the 3rd project in Welcome to Poland program, which enables us, thanks to the very wide and spread support to the whole university, you can listen to what extent students are engaged in those actions, and they take the burden from us. We are able to organize 70 events during 1 year, and it isn't any problem and overwhelming for us. What is worth doing? Apart from the standard, our welcome point has its website, and on the website you can find by Marzena and Emilia. There are 2 coordinators. And at any time you can have a look at this guide, which is available on the website. What's more, we were talking a lot about communication, so we need to seriously take care to communicate very well with our students and with foreign part of our community. So, as I said, the welcome point has its website, as well as it communicates via email. We have got the events calendar on its website. We are supported by the Department of International Cooperation, which has its profile on social medias, and the general media of our universities and other units like library, languages center. They inform what do we do and what's going on. So to sum up, what might be useful in the strategy and what I would like you encourage, it's really worth to create welcome points. Why? Because we need to show that our universities are well organized and really open for foreign community, to improve our recognizability and the prestige of our universities. It's good to standardize the supports. It's worth using the resources from NAVA. And mobility is very important because internationalization and the improvement of language skills of Polish society is very meaningful, which has already been said a number of times. I was talking also about competences. It's worth widening the circle of people. I think Dominic mentioned that, to spread like a river, this internationalization, to make it contagious for the whole university. And of course, be the part of Euraxis network we've just recently joined to gain the certificate HR Excellence in Research, which improves the quality of recruitment. And think and act strategically. This is crucial. And that's it from the first part. Now, I'd like us to connect with Mr. Dr. Adam Płoszaj, the chair of Science Lab, which within the framework of the cooperation with IROs Forum made a report, and we've managed the potential of a scientific institution to take people from abroad. So this is a competence to Dominic. And because Adam is in the US and is going to be back in June, we're going to connect with him online. Adam, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning. I give the floor to you. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy that I have a chance to present the results of the report, which has been introduced here, and at the same time I deeply regret I cannot be there in person in Tri-City, but because this is the first Congress of Internationalization, I hope to be able to join in the next one. My presentation will have as a goal encouraging you to get to know the results of the report, which is available on the website, NAVA website. This report is certainly much broader than the time I have to present it. So I will just choose key points which seem to be the most important. I will start shortly from how we were testing it and how we created the report. I will present two detailed solutions, results, and at the end I will sum up all the recommendations. Not all the recommendations I will enumerate are ideally fit to the subject of today's session. Nevertheless, I think that omitting those who are equally important only to adjust it to the subject of the session isn't just. So waiting for the slides, for the presentations, I will move on. Yes, it's working. I can't see the screen, so has the slide been changed? There is still the head one. Is it with the one with the title? Okay, thank you very much. I would like you to focus on the title of the report in order to know what to look for on the NAVA webpage if you decide to do it. And then I'm moving to encouraging you to get to know the report. I think that one of the ways to encourage you that is working with me, at least, is being convinced that it's based on a solid ground. This is why I would like to say a few sentences about our method. We were conveying the test in a mixed form with quality and quantity results. Majority of the data was gathered for the needs of this report on the basis of a survey addressed to the representatives of higher education institutions in Poland. As you can see, we managed to gather 134 fully filled in surveys. So we had a ratio of 23.2% rate of return, and then it was structured for into public institutions, non-public institutions, Academy of Science, mostly institutions of the Łukasiewicz network. In spite of the fact that the rate of return is probably not very high, but satisfactory, around 1/4, we managed to encourage to participation in this survey the biggest institutions. The results come from institutions which have the major part of scientific workers or foreign students. It's explained in one of the points presented on the slide. And then the quality components, 16 interviews, and then the quality element broadened in the survey. We didn't want to suggest the type of good practices, problems, barriers. We wanted not to suggest them, so we didn't incite the answers. This is why the majority of the questions were open ones. Obviously, this required from us a lot of effort in the analysis, but nevertheless, it paid off. The first slide with the results, you can see here the answers in closed questions, where we ask the institutions to estimate, to evaluate their potential for admitting foreign students. The first message that we got, we can read from the diagram, is that self-evaluation is rather positive. The green belt shows are significantly that they are dominating. There are nearly no negative answers. While interpreting the results of such a question, of evaluating a self-potential, we need to take into account the fact that institutions, because of different reasons, they want to see themselves, their potential, more in a more positive light that it really is. So probably it's the peak of their possibilities. Probably the real potential is a bit lower. But what's most interesting here is the categories in which we have the lowest number of positive answers, showing us the lowest potential. These are here at the bottom of the page. The institutions are saying that they don't have enough staff, qualified staff. They are complaining about it. They say that they have a limited offer of the first and second degree studies in English, and the level of English competence among administration staff, and the availability of places in housing area for students, and insufficient intensification of foreign promotion. Such type of graphs you can see in this report according to the types and character of institutions. Because, for example, a scientific institute does not organize the studies of first and second degree, so their hierarchy is different. The second slide with the chart shows us the range, the scope of the offer of institutions type, welcome point type. Majority, quite a big part of the report is dedicated to the analysis of the fact of which welcome points function in our institutions, what's the number, when they were created, what's the number of their staff, what's the area, such type of information. I think that from the perspective of comments, conclusions, it's interested the percentage of welcome points for a group of receivers. Probably you've noticed that the offer is directed mostly to students from abroad, to PhD students, but the group which is at the other end with the slowest percentage is the members of the students or didactic staff from abroad. So maybe this is the group which gives us a space for planning further activities. I haven't got too much time. I wouldn't like to bore you with details. I will move to conclusions and recommendations. The most important barriers appointed by the surveyed individuals are the lack of funds, financial funds. Obviously, in the world of Polish science, it's a kind of truism. The funds are limited, but it can't be omitted, because there are very many complaints about lack of money for employment. They need staff, but they can't keep them because they can't pay them well. Next point, it's visa procedures which are inefficient for students, PhD students, and foreign employees. This is the element which shows us very many different colorful opinions, problems, surveys. And this is here, which is a very difficult problem to talk about, very often broadly described. And another one is the low level of English, especially among administration staff. You know about it, but if you look closely at the slide, at the first point we saw a positive evaluation of English level from the scientific staff, but administration was at quite a different end. I would like to notice that even if in general opinion English knowledge is evaluated positively, we can see that there is still a problem at different levels, because English knowledge is not very common, especially at a very good level, proficient level. And this means that it's very difficult to find somebody who is willing to lead English studies. So it leads to another barrier appointed by the respondents, that the offer is not satisfactory of studies delivered in English. Another one is the lack of housing base and a very low standard of it. For a very long time, we had to witness the decrease of the quality of housing infrastructure for students. And now this problem is very acute. I'm sure that you've heard about it in media, that you heard about students' protests against the situation, housing situation of students, foreign students in Poland. And the last one which is very strongly intensified, is the lack of promotion or a very low intensity of promotion abroad. And the last one is recommendation. How to ameliorate the visa procedures and the procedures of legalizing of the stay of foreigners. And here I would like to underline that it's not that we want to eliminate the rules, because we know, at the other hand, that it's sometimes abused as well when there is a total lack of procedures. I think that yesterday media published some messages about different problems in visa procedures for foreign students. So it's not your problem, it's not your task, but it's a task for the foreign ministry and active cooperation in between different units. Another one is continuation of supporting different activities and welcome point at higher universities and research institutes. It seems that they are happy, that they know what to do in order to make them function better with limited budgets. Probably some of them won't be able to function independently, but we would lose their potential if we don't provide support for them. The next one is the development of dedicated staff to internationalization. It's a quantity aspect. There is a huge potential, but we need finance for that. Development of language skills among administration staff, not only those who work at welcome point units, but those who work at different levels of universities as well. The student doesn't get full service only at welcome point. If he reaches a different end, it's important as well. The development of didactic offer in English at the first and second level. I think that at the third level, it's quite well available in English. Augmenting of the number of places in housing institutions, dormitories, for people arriving from abroad to Poland. And then the development of the offer addressed for the foreign families. We've seen that the offer is not sufficient at welcome point for them. It's either it's just unavailable. A crucial key point is number 8. Here we have to think how to implement a special problem supporting units who received the distinction HR Excellence in Research within the framework of human resources strategy in European Commission. It's the HRS4R. It seems that they invested a lot of effort in adapting their regulations and internal processes to the requirements of this distinction, but it's evident as well that it's not always that they have enough financial funds to propagate the functioning of the regulations. So we wouldn't like to have this situation when we have only regulations, but it should be supported by workshops, trainings, and implementation aspects should be enhanced. and with global financial limitations for Polish scientific units and higher education institutions, a creation of a program which would be supporting this aspect is a very reasonable solution. Number 9 is spreading of good practices in admitting foreign people and internationalization. I understand that today's Congress is one of the elements having a lot of influence on it. Number 10 is creating national strategy on internationalization of education and higher education. I know that it already started, so probably you are thinking where from this recommendation, because this aspect was tackled in the surveys as well. So a part of the institutions believe that it would be useful to have a document with a draft of ambitions and possibilities of the institutions, of the entities to be present in a broader scope and cooperate together, aiming at a common goal. And the last recommendation is supporting institutions creating their own strategies of internationalization. It's not about every institution having its own strategy, but it can be a key main element of a general strategy or a document which can be of a lower rank than a strategy, but still it should be implemented at executional level. It seems that it can be crucial, especially when the national strategy is created. Very many institutions have similar documents. Probably they should be adapted to make them compatible with national strategy of internationalization of higher education. This was the last recommendation. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to encourage you to get to know the report. I will stay online. I will be listening to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adam, once again for your research, for preparing the report and your presentation. In short, the conclusions and recommendations. We wish you a really nice stay in the US, and we are waiting for you in June. So I hope that we are going to meet each other. And I strongly encourage you to have a look at the report in full, which is published on NAVA website. And now we're going to listen to foreign students studying at our university about building intercultural and international relations, influencing the successful adaptation, and what effects does it bring? Is it easier for them? Do they feel the part of our community? And what do they bring to us?
Thank you very much, Eva. Szanowni Państwo, ladies and gentlemen, I am not very experienced at surgery, even though holding medical degree, but I'll do my best at cutting my lengthy introduction into 3 small pieces. Part 1, we, that is all of us 5, are extremely privileged and proud to participate in this Congress actively and to share what we have to share with you at such special place. And this is number 2. We are a few steps away from patients' wards, operating theaters, cutting-edge technology, medical research laboratories, and our clinical trial coordination center. And this is in the heart of the clinical part of our medical campus. This is also the place which is second home, the workplace for majority of our students, Polish and international, for more than 4 years out of 6. And we would like to speak for a moment with our international students. We will go to the first question. Oh, third thing, sorry, I forgot. Both Marzena and me, which may be a little bit exceptional, are active academic teachers. Marzena teaches Polish, next to Welcome Point, job which is demanding. And I teach physiology at year 2. It's my 22nd year in that role. So we know students from year 1, year 2, and we keep knowing them and keeping relations with them for a long period of time. Okay, Marzena, your turn.
There are about 1,000 international students at our university. They come from almost 70 countries, diverse languages, cultures, and religions. From the east of Asia to the west of America, south of Africa to the north of Scandinavia. Although united by the dream to pursue medical career and provide assistance to those in need. They each have had their own experiences as candidates, students, members of student organizations, and co-authors of our joint experience in internationalization. I'm nervous. You know, normally I just speak with my students in my welcome point and we chat, we talk about our problems, and we're not used to have such a great audience. Let us start with the first question. Decision to study abroad, and especially so far from home, in a country, culture, language, very different from your own, can be difficult. Could you briefly describe your origin and share the main hopes and fears which you had just before joining our university?
Hello, everyone. My name is Alejandra. Thank you for the question. Okay, so my story is a bit different. I'll give you a little background. I'm also quite known for talking too much, so stop me. But I was born in Colombia, and then I grew up in the US. And I, at some point, decided I want to study medicine in Europe. And I found, researched a lot of universities and found out about Poland from the list in the medical medical university list from the US government medical, I guess, yeah, from a list. So I have no background, no Polish background. I have some friends in the US that are Polish, and this is all the background I have of Poland. And then before I went on my journey here to study medicine, I went on a backpacking trip around the world. And I did not come to Poland. I went to a lot of places. So for me, it was a bit special and different since I had been away from home and I had experienced the feeling homesick and missing your food, and all of these things was already past for me. But my fear was, okay, I'm going to Poland and I need to stay there for 6 years. It's a long commitment. Would I like it? Would I make some friends? Would it be too challenging, right? Because we already have medical school as such a challenging career. And all my, Anki cards waiting for me at home, and reading and long nights of studying. But on top of all of that, being in a foreign country is much different than traveling or being on vacation. And just back to the question, what's the goal? The goal was to become a doctor. And that was my main goal. And with the support of my family, my loved ones, I was able to stick to this. Now it's been 4 years. It's going to be 5 next year, or next September. It's been quite a journey. And I have to say, I do not regret my decision. I am very happy about it, and I have enjoyed. I've made so many friends. I found out that my culture from Colombia, as a Catholic country, it's quite similar to the Polish culture, and I have been very welcome to be here, so I'm really happy. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Abhishek and I'm from India. Well, Punjab, India, north of India. And before coming here, unlike Alejandra, I hadn't traveled much. I was always a stay-at-home kid and been surrounded by my family and friends. So even my friends were from childhood, so I didn't really get a chance to, make new friends and discover those areas a lot. So coming here, it was very difficult for me to even think about the fact that, I have to make new friends, I have to get out of my comfort zone. But thankfully, I found some very nice people. They helped me a lot during the initial 2 years when I was struggling a lot. I did not have any clue where I was, what I was doing. It was a new country, new place, new language as well, even though I belong to a country of thousands of languages. And it was very difficult, like I said. But thanks to the beautiful teachers and doctors that we had, they really supported us mentally and academically as well. The student organizations that all of us or any of us have developed or established in our university are established because of the support that we got from Welcome Point, from the IRO, and from the various doctors and professors throughout the university. Without them, none of the organizations wouldn't have been possible to develop the university and develop the students that they represent. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shraddha Singh, and I'm a sixth-year medical student at the Medical University of Gdańsk. I completely agree with my colleagues. Of course, we're here to be doctors. But just a little background. Growing up, because of my dad's work, we had to travel a lot around the world. I mean, not too much, but like my first exposure to multiple cultures was when we had to stay in Japan for 4 years. And I was studying in an international school where we had kids of expats from different parts of the world. It was insane. So it wasn't much of a cultural shock for me to come to Poland. But definitely, I must say, like Alejandra mentioned, that we do have, like Indians are very family-oriented, and I would say the same that for the Polish community as well, that it's pretty similar. And when we talk in terms of hopes and fears of me wanting to come here, like, of course, I wished that, the university that I want to study medicine provided quality education and gives me cultural exposure to different nationalities because I'm studying in an international division. And sort of a personal growth, just the whole idea of living independently in a completely new country. I anticipated developing a sort of, resilience and adaptability and, not all the time calling back home and crying to my mom. So we've grown. I think the reason why I mentioned I'm a sixth-year medical student, because I have seen this university at different stages. It was completely different because I started in 2018 when the Welcome Point was not there. So we had to go at 12 in the midnight, stand in front of the Vojvodship, the immigration office, as an 18-year-old, far away from my homeland, being all by myself, going all the way to the old town at midnight when it's super snowy and you're not able to walk. And it's my first time in being such an extreme temperature. Standing there in line and just, scribbling our names to get an appointment to figure out our visa issues. And just to go there next day and find out that list has been ripped off and somewhere thrown away and there's a completely new list. So I learned all of my bad words also from that office. So I'm sorry to mention that, but it is pretty true. So a lot of hardships, definitely in the beginning of the year, but when Pani Marjana was actually my Polish teacher in my second year. And when we heard that the welcome point was up and running, and then I could see my juniors that they don't have to go through all of this trauma. They can just go to the office and they're given a list and they just can get an appointment. And it was such a relief. Like I did my second after 1 year of when you get your temporary residence permit, when you get the other for 3 years. When I had to go, and then I just had to get a list from Pani Marjana, and then we just went together. I didn't even have to go alone, so it was just such a brilliant idea to incorporate a welcome point, and I think I'm really happy about that. And when we talk in terms of fears, definitely the language barrier has been like a big issue. Like when we talk in terms of doctor-patient interaction, it's very limiting to our personal experiences and also like advancements for me as a doctor. So hopefully either I try to learn a bit more Polish, it's very difficult, or we try to find some sort of common, how do you say, solutions where we can integrate the international students more and even the doctor-patient community, not only like the cultural aspect of the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Studying medicine is known to be very demanding. It's a legendary burden, but despite that burden, you managed to find time and energy to get involved in extracurricular activities. You are actually the guys who were setting up new, non-existent organizations. So could you say more about the things you've authored or participated in which you found positive during your studies with us?
Well, I came here in 2018, and during that time, there were not a lot of student organizations in our university to help students on a proper pathway of how to live in this city, in this country. And my major achievement, I would say, is establishing SAS, or South Asian Student Society, along with the fact that I have been part of various other student organizations as well. But I want to talk about SAS. Why? Because it's something me and my friends started because we didn't feel represented at our university. We Indians are the third largest student community in our university. And we really thought that, some festivals, like the Festival of Lights, Diwali, Festival of Colors, Holi, all of them need to be celebrated so that, we feel right at home as well. And thanks to them, that they put my idea into motion as well. They really helped me establish it, and now we are actually one of the hardest working student societies in the university, I would say. We have actually been active throughout this academic year, and we haven't missed a single month where we didn't have any of the activities. So even academic, and not just the fun activities, though slightly more fun activities, because academics are important, but if you don't have enough fun, you cannot go through with the academics as well. So always party. And I learned that late. And apart from that, I think all of the students now feel represented. They feel that they have a community where they can talk to the people. And it's been a really good experience in the last 2.5 years since we established SAS. And I hope that every student now really feels at home just like I do. Thank you.
Thank you. So for me, it's a bit different. I'm the founder and the president of AMSA, which is the American Medical Student Association. So it's a chapter here in GUMED, and we started last year in the spring semester. So this will be our first full year. And last year we started, because so a little background, we don't have too many American students in our university. So we are, contrary to Abhishek's scenario where there is a large number of students, Indian students, we don't have that many American students. However, we are still here and there's still a community. And we also do have a lot of us other students that are Polish or from other countries that decide to practice medicine in the US after graduation. So my goal was to create an association that could give us all these well-rounded resources. So it's like Abhishek was saying, the student life balance and have some fun activities and some academic resources for students. I am very proud. We have done so much in the last year. We have been recognized in the US because the main chapter is in the US. So we have, in our first 6 months, won 2 awards, and this year as well, back in the US, right, for the involvement and for the activities that we have been doing. And again, my main goal is to have the diversity, to have inclusion, and then not to be fooled that it says American. It doesn't matter. Anyone can join us. And we have students from every background in our group right now. And participation is a great. We also have created the initiative to start the first white coat ceremony in our university in Gdańsk, which is a tradition in many of our countries. And we wanted to bring it here. And last year we had our first, technically this year we had our first white coat ceremony in this same place where we're sitting. And it was quite exciting for us because we received our coats and we had this very moving ceremony and speeches, and our families joined us, and it was wonderful. And then this year we will have, again, the second one where we will have also Polish and English students participating. So again, my idea of this association was to have all join together and to see that our students, or me as a student, we all are going through the same challenges, and we all have the same goal in a little different way, but we all are here for the same reasons. So yeah, so that's what we have. And then there's so many other, I just want to emphasize an AMSA for now, but we are participating and creating so many different activities and resources for our students. And I will say definitely the Welcome Point and IRO has given us that platform where we could create all these ideas and then execute them. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak about my contributions to this academic community. Starting off in the initial years, the first and I would say my third year, we started a little group called the Resource Team. It was like a peer group, like just made by students and for students, and it was greatly supported by the Welcome Point. And so during the whole ideology of this group was to provide mentors, like a mentor-mentee program, where we would pick out the newcomers in first year, and we would, whatever their expectations was, we would align them with seniors from 4th, 5th, and 6th year. In terms of academics, if you need help in anatomy or histology or any other subject, you could just be aligned and you have like a sort of a mentor, a student mentor. Because when you're coming into a new university in a new country, it's very difficult to find yourself comfortable or in a safe space. So these mentors not only provided a sort of academic support, but also a place for you to feel safe or talk about your day-to-day, you know, problems and the stress of studying medicine and everything. So I would say, like, I had the opportunity to coordinate this mentor-mentee program, and honestly, like all the students who were involved in them, I'm genuinely, I appreciate all of your efforts, because it's a hard thing to, like, you know, link to different people, and you don't even know if it's actually going to work out or not. But most of them, I'm now in my 6th year, so it's been like 3 years, and some of them are still in contact and are still receiving mentorship from these students. And then secondly, I would like to point out the morning coffee initiatives by the International Relations Office. This was a great turning point for the international community, where we actually got to showcase our cultures, different sort of cultures the university has to provide. During this morning coffee, students from not only English division students, but Polish division students or any other faculty would just come along, have coffee and talk about various topics or it's like because every different agendas were like sort of like organized in collaboration with the students and also the welcome point. So we will come up with like different crazy ideas that might, interest students, that they can come along and just be, have like a little free time from their studies. There was also the university organizes these how to science initiatives. The reason that I'm involved in the research aspect is because I'm the chairwoman for the Student Scientific Society of MEG. And for this reason, we collaborate with IDO, which is the Research University Initiatives. And through this particular initiative, we basically aim to popularize science among students and kind of providing them sort of workshops and seminars on research methodology, encouraging students to engage in scientific research as early as possible in their academic careers. We've also tried to engage them even when they start their university in first year, so providing them sort of knowledge about these possibilities that, hey, this is something really nice, and if you're really interested in, advancing your career in scientific work, this is where you're supposed to reach out. Just like simple tasks in the orientation week, which is organized by IRO. And lastly, as being the head for the board for the scientific student community, we also organize annual conference, which is the International Student Scientific Conference. This year we organized the 29th edition, and I was honored to chair 2 of the chapters of them. And I think it's really important, definitely when we talk in terms of our profession as future doctors. Science is a big, big part for the advancement for patient healthcare. And through these basically student conferences, all of them are organized by students. Let me tell you this. So most of the tasks which are done by students, and we obviously receive support from our sponsors and our university as well. But the whole idea of these conferences is to provide networking, which is the most crucial aspect in your career advancement, but also your personal skills. And students have the opportunity to gain valuable feedback, and this conference has been like a pivotal in enhancing the research culture at our university and encouraging international students to collaborate with different sort of universities outside, and also gives us a chance for the students from within Poland to experience a sort of like an international level of exposure being home. So yeah, thank you. That's all I would like to say.
Thank you very much, Shraddha.
Okay, guys, it seems that it's great. So we're done. We don't have to do anything. So, yeah. No, that was a joke. Of course, there is always some room for improvement. So, do you have any ideas, any improvements or initiatives that we could implement here?
Okay, I can go first. I have a list, but since we're on time, I'm not gonna go through everything. But first of all, I would really like to mention, because when I was sitting here and then we were doing the presentation, I'm really grateful for our moderators. They came up and asked me, hey, do you want a translation? Because I was ready to sit here and be like, yeah, I'm used to this. It's really not a problem. I can sit through the Polish presentation. It's like how do you say, like a way of perception, I feel like. Maybe I think this is the thing that we need to change initially. Not accepting if you can be involved and have a more inclusive way of presenting things. We'd be more than happy to, be a part of such things. So thank you so much for that. Yes. And continuing on the information, like the information that is provided, of course, on our PR and social media. The university is like posting information in English and also in Polish. It's bilingual. I really personally appreciate it. But in our internal system, there are so many documents which are yet to be translated in English. So I feel like this is the platform where I would urge our authorities to possibly take some actions and provide all information to all groups of students, irrespective of background, in an inclusive manner. Of course, it can be like translated into English and doesn't specifically have to be in English, because we don't want to like make any difficulties for our fellows from Polish division. So I think aiming to reduce the disparities in the information that is given out to different, how do you say, communities, student communities. So this would be my first very important point. Secondly, I was very happy that like our colleagues and our teachers from the International Relations Office really acknowledge all the student engagement that has been happening from our side. And yes, I agree that we do spend a lot of hours doing extracurricular activities and providing this sort of like upliftment to the community. I think maybe we should also try to implement some sort of like incentives, not only having certificates, you know. It's always really nice to put it on the CV, but maybe like an ECTS system where we can gain some points for doing extracurricular activities for students. Because when you're doing these sort of stuff, apart from your medical studies, it's exhausting. It's exhausting, and I have had experience personally, and also my colleagues and my mentees, of them like going through burnout, not only because they want to do something different, but then what are they getting in return? Of course, you learn a lot of skills during this time, but maybe if we were to get a more sort of incentive on an academic level that kind of relieves us, like maybe, for example, that if you're a part of student community, you don't have to do the elective courses or something like that. Maybe we could probably think about something. Just last point, I will say, I can see the timer going from Pani Eva. The last thing was having more help for like mental help, and like also like sensitivity training, not only for the students, but also teachers and admin workers. I think this is one of the key points where we would be able to organize a more safe and like very productive environment for all students, but also all our colleagues and the workers of the community itself. So yeah, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Shraddha.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. I have a different experience because I started in 2020. I believe, yeah, 2020 started studying. And things were a bit different, right? Welcome Point IRO was already there, right? So, and also in my clinical rotations, we do have a lot of doctors that speak English, and we also have a medical Polish class as well, where I could understand, you know, boli to tide and do you have a fever or things like this, which is very repetitive, right? We get to understand our patients a bit more. Maybe a casual outside conversation won't be so much. Maybe I could ask for coffee. But so we have this integration. I think that the university does well in trying to teach us some Polish and also trying to also communicate back with us. We could have a bit more integration with the Polish students. And it's not just the Polish students, but because of the way that the groups are set up, you don't always get to see other people rather than your group. So having a little bit of mix of match or something and being able to experience studying or having a clinical rotation with other students, especially the Polish students, since we don't get to see them as much, that would be my point that I would like to change, or to see change. Also, in regards to the organizations, funding is always the question, and I think that's for everyone. And I understand personally that funds and budgets are there and are limited, but having this ability to provide more incentives to our students and to have more activities and to have more events. Yeah, and they'll need some funding, and we're all medical students. So that's one point. Other than that, I think the IRO, together with Welcome Point, AMSA, we have been working in so many different cultural and diversity initiatives, right? So in the Diversity Day is coming up as well. We have Juvenalia, which the associations are also being part of. So I see that the English department or the English students are being more involved, and vice versa, they are getting us more involved in these events that are happening in the university that before we just didn't have much access to. I think that it is a two-way road, of course, from us to try to be involved and to learn the language and so on, and from the universities to give us the opportunity and also the incentives for doing so as well. And I think that's it. Give it to you.
Kind of took my words, but actually I would too really like to see a lot of integration between the English division and the Polish division students. We have actively been working very hard and inviting a lot of Polish division students to a lot of our cultural events, and they do join us. They have a lot of fun. They wear our attires and stuff like that, and they are always very involved in the activities that we have to offer. But I think Polish division integration is something that needs to be pushed by the university a lot more. They need to work on the fact that they can identify a few students who are student leaders within the Polish community, and they can push them to join us or even organize some of the events with us, so that they get to know us and we get to know them on a personal level as well, so that the bridge is finally, made, so that, and we come out and talk to each other on a more personal level, on a more open level. And apart from that, I think the campus areas need to be opened for all student organizations to be easily accessible, and so that more of these events can be taken place throughout the university campus areas. Involvement with the professors, doctors, and students alike in all of these events is very important. And at the end, I would like to say that we have been doing really good. All of the student community has been working really hard for the integration, and I hope that we continue doing it, and we continue getting the support from all of the faculties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the creativity and all the involvement of international students, our university has changed tremendously over the years, and we hope to continue doing the good things together with you. Best of luck to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rada, Myra, and Abhishek. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. To chyba przechodzimy do podsumowania, ale nie ja tu jestem konferencjerem. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękujemy bardzo naszym rozmówcom.
We would like to thank you very much, our interlocutors.
Wierzymy, że ta wielowątkowa działalność Gdańskiego Uniwersytetu Medycznego skupiona na przyjmowaniu studentów zagranicznych może być przykładem, w którym jak w soczewce przeglądają się podobne historie i procesy, jakie prowadzili Państwo na innych uczelniach.
We believe that this multifaceted activity of GUMED focused on the admission of international students can be an example in which similar stories and processes you have carried out at other universities may be viewed like through a lens.
Dziękujemy za sformułowanie kolejnych cennych postulatów, które staną się kanwą krajowej strategii umiędzynarodowienia, a że spisywanie postulatów w Gdańsku zwykle daje początek wielkiej historii, nie mamy wątpliwości, że nasz dokument strategiczny wypracowany z Państwem w gronie praktyków i profesjonalistów przyniesie trwałe rezultaty i prawdziwy przełom.
Thank you for formulating further valuable propositions and demands that will be the premise for the national internationalization strategy. And since writing down demands in Gdańsk usually gives rise to a great history, We have no doubt that our strategic document, developed with you among practitioners and professionals, will bring lasting results and a real breakthrough.
Nadszedł czas na podsumowanie naszego wydarzenia.
It's time to summarize our event.
Zapraszam na scenę doktora Bartłomieja Nowaka, przewodniczącego Rady Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej, który na gorąco zrekapituluje najważniejsze tematy, pomysły i propozycje, które wspólnie z Państwem formułowaliśmy w trakcie kongresu.
I would like to invite Dr. Bartłomiej Nowak, Chairman of the NAVA Council, on stage. He will quickly sum up the most important topics, ideas and proposals that we formulated together with you during the Congress.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's kind of quite an unusual summary, but I thought that it's a good motif. We've talked a lot about the idea of Europe and about European flag, and Professor Antonowicz talked about sports motif, and this is the first rising of European flag near Polish flag on 8,000 peak. And under the flag, I managed to gather signatures by Ursula von der Leyen and the Chief of European Parliament, Roberto Metsola. And together with Professor Danuta Hübner, we sold that on WOŚP. In a moment, I'm going to tell you why the European idea in the whole of our idea of Internationalization Congress is so important. When I was coming here on Sunday, I was reading the biography of Jacques Delors in a train. I think this is the most exceptional chair of European Commission, the creator of Erasmus, the man who promoted the idea of European Union flag as our common symbol. And Delors has always had a huge complex of his own education. His education has been stopped twice during the Second World War because of the war. And maybe because of this, he devoted so much time of his life. This education he described as a treasure, and he described it as necessary utopia, the basic right, the basic human right. In 1996, there was UNESCO report by Jacques Delors on education and also on its internationalization, which talked exactly about this, what education should be. And I'd like to present to you those 4 pillars mentioned in the report, I think very important for each of us. To learn in order to know, to learn in order to act, to learn in order to live commonly, and to learn in order to be. Delors used such a phrase that world society. Quite recently, our Nobel Prize winner, Olga Tokarczuk, in her winning lecture, encouraged us to leave the narration of me, of I, in order to try to understand the world, to shape it, and to know that we are the part of it, which is very small but very important, that there is no planet B, that all of us are one society, one world society, that we all are responsible for each other. When I'm thinking about Europe, I think that we have got common market. Vast majority of countries have got the common currency. The vast majority outside of European Union hasn't got the border control. We went through the whole series of existential, sometimes crises since 2010 together. And today, even more than ever, we are aware that we create European community of faith. And education and science must be the key part of this community. And that is why we are here. I'm sure you are aware that 8 countries of our part of the region, within the framework of the European support of the science, signed agreements for 6.71 billion euros. And at this time, the countries of Western Europe gain more than 130 billion euros. In the program Horizon 2020, Western Europe gain 95% of resources for research. Polish is a netto payer of European budget when it comes to education. That's why I want to say that I'm extremely grateful to the whole fantastic team of National Agency of Academic Exchange, with the director David Kostecki, with Mrs. Zofia Sawicka, for organizing, I'm not afraid to say, historic first Internationalization Congress. Thank you, and please, huge applause. As you know, even the most difficult road starts from the first step. During this Congress, we touched upon a number of issues. We had a large number of meetings. We've learned how difficult it's to reach with our postulates to politicians, to the right politicians. But we all know that the realization of very brave dreams requires strength, courage, and consistency. The dreams do not realize on their own. We realize them. That's why instead of traditional ending and summary, I'd like to ask you, dear colleagues, about your dreams, plans, and estimations of what has happened here. We've got a few minutes for those of you who would like to tell something, and feel free to do that.
Hanna Lavers. I am the head of IROs Forum for 2009. It was the second year of the activity of IROs Forum. We had a dream. 9 institutions who had a dream to help each other, one another, in the structural level, to have a possibility of communication up and down. And this hope, great hope, that what we say as professionals, we weren't called like that. We wanted to be listened to. I would like to thank you very much to NAWA, to Mrs. Director, Mr. Director, to all our fantastic speakers. I would like to say thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your engagement, for beautiful common listening and beautiful common looking for, searching for solutions. What already the speakers said, the dialogue has been started. Do not waste it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Dominika Guzik, Erasmus student, Kotulska. I'm representing a students' organization. We are dealing with international students at the 3 levels of their mobility. Before coming here, during their stay here in Poland, and when they go back to their country and they want to join our local societies as alumni. I would like to say that this Congress, as it was planned, will go into history. I'm very happy to be able to listen to different perspectives, and none of them omitted the key aspect of students, young people who are influenced very strongly by internationalizations, who are being formed, and they have the experience even just being at home and having being just in contact, in touch with the students who are here in our country. I think it's a very important factor which can't be forgotten and which will have a great impact not only on strategy but by all the Polish activities in Polish universities and institutions. Thank you very much for organization. I think that the students' voice should be very loud here and should be listened to. Who else? Liliana Lato, University of Łódź, university which belongs to IROs. I would like to thank you, Mr. Doctor, for quoting these beautiful headlines, which is the meritum of our work on internationalization. We have one goal, and I'm very grateful for this conference, for this Congress. And I want to say, please, I do encourage you to meet more often. Please open the door. Let's have the dialogue at different levels with different resorts, like with our first panel, which started that kind of discussion. We are here for you as well. We wouldn't like, as in former years, we wouldn't like to be separated, to be the only ones with a goal. We would like to have a framework, constitutional framework as a nation, and without inter-resort talks, we wouldn't be able to achieve anything. It's very important for us to transform our knowledge for future proposals. Thank you very much. And from IROS Forum, I would like to encourage you to stay in touch as well. And one more idea, to create something bigger that would be even more practical, to focus on concretes. This is our dream in order to fulfill. You wanted to ask me for a dream, you have a dream. Thank you very much. Lewandowska Aleksandra, European Council of PhD students and young scientists and University in Białystok. If we talked about students' voice, I would like to provide PhD students' voice as well. Thank you very much for tackling problems at this forum, problems which were omitted before. We wanted it to be nice, to be fluent, and for the first time we are talking about something that should be changed. Thank you very much. I would like to ask you to continue this and to grow. Thank you very much. Mrs. Professor. Thank you very much. I had a chance to speak today, but even an old man can have a dream. I would like to go back in the years 2000. Rectors were talking about an initiative like a DAD. Then we were talking about a Polish students' exchange, academic exchange. So our dream was fulfilled. As we can see, it's functioning well. I'm very happy because I was remembering the National Science Congress, and now I have another chance of participating in something that will create a following stage of creation of our academic society and all the sector. I didn't believe that today's on the second day of the Congress would be so much public. I'm very happy about it, that you not only via online attendance, but here in the room. You are so much engaged. So I believe that with a common effort with NAVA, NCPR, ENC, main head council, and the committee of science politics, I believe that we will get through with our message to the public, that I believe that the internationalization, that is a crucial and indispensable part of our life, will become a reality. And my dream is for it to become in the future, to have a chance to organize a congress, maybe for a different forum. Here we mentioned Southern Asia, maybe America or Global South. I would like to be able to exchange our expertise and our knowledge. I am deeply convinced it would work. Thank you very much. Justyna Gierzyńska, Luminar Foundation. It's difficult to add anything after what you've said. I think that we are full of enthusiasm, and our dream would be not to waste it, not to waste the momentum, and to go on. My dream is to cooperate as universities, as resorts, but I would like us not to forget that there are organizations beyond universities. There are people who are internationalization friendly, and they have a very deep knowledge. I would like you to be looking for inspiration even beyond universities, because a differentiated perspective can be very enriching as well. And I hope that soon we will be able to witness first drafts of internationalization strategy. Good morning. Katarzyna Alex, Foundation of Development of Education System. I had one of my dreams fulfilled in the last years. I wanted the two agencies of international exchange of knowledge and communication would be cooperating closer. My dream came true. I believe in communication, cooperation, and networking. I'm very happy that both agencies are cooperating with PROM, IROS Forum. Can we have the representatives? Oh, yes. Do we have here Professor Katarzyna Górak-Sosnowska? Yes, from Administration, Academic Administration Forum. My dream has come true, but ahead of us there is a very important year, 2025, and in the context of today's Congress, it would be nice to show in Europe what we do on internationalization, and not to talk all the time about the need to learn, but to show off with our achievements without any complex. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't see anybody willing to speak. So on behalf of the Council of NAVA and all our team, I would like once again to express my words of gratitude, and I would like to congratulate you for the fact that you are here and that you create the future. Thank you very much.
Na zakończenie poproszę jeszcze o kilka słów doktora Dawida Kosteckiego, dyrektora Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej, oraz panią Ewę Kiszkę, przewodniczącą IROS Forum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, all of you. Finally, I would like to ask for a few words from Dr. Dawid Kostecki, Director of the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, and Mrs. Ewa Kiszka, the Chair of IROS Forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, the enthusiasm and what happened yesterday and happened today, I think our leading motive are the words by Martin Luther King. I had a dream. Each of us has a dream, And it happens that I have the most beautiful job in the world because I can participate in realizing the dreams, whether scientific or academic. But it wouldn't be possible without a circle of engaged people, people who, with passion, after hours, very often in difficult circumstances and under pressure, realize tasks connected with internationalization because they just love internationalization. They do not do this because of some duty, but because of their passion and enthusiasm to their work. That's why I'd like to thank especially to the whole NAVA team, which worked for this event that I could shine with its reflect its shining. Without you, this event wouldn't be possible. But it wouldn't be possible if not hospitality of Gdańsk Medical University and a wonderful team of IROs Forum and people who know everything about internationalization and were cooperating intensively with the whole NAVA team, with the whole offices and units, because it isn't like it was organized only by one department, but also by the wide circle of engaged people from IROS Forum. Eva, huge thanks. And finally, the technical services and those whose work is invisible, those whose work is hidden somewhere, and thanks to that, the reception of the whole event is possible, not only in the city of freedom, Gdańsk, here and now, but also via internet and online connection to all technical services, our interpreters, whose work is rarely appreciated during such conferences and congresses, but very necessary and key in such a dialogue. Thank you. We've made a huge step for internationalization, but also even the biggest step for us as a society, and I would like it to be continued. I hope that it's going to be possible, especially through the fact that we ourselves realize of the changes, because the Forum of Dean Office should be the forum of administration, and I hope that this postulate is going to be articulated directly from NAVA, that we create such a document and ask that the Forum of Public Administration gains the proper range within the framework of university. So this, our inner integration of our community is crucial, but not to stop on what has already happened. We start working since tomorrow, not from today. Works on the second Congress of Internationalization. I've got the authority from Professor Sambor Grucha, and we can announce that it's going to be in 11-12 of September in Warsaw University. It's going to be devoted to internationalization of science. Dear Eva, it's your turn. Thank you very much, Director. You've said almost everything, so I can just add some of my thoughts. I would like to thank you for the fact that the Congress was possible to happen in my city, at my university, and that the partner of this program could be IROS Forum, so representatives of academic administration, because we don't want to be absent. So professional staff, so-called professional staff, we are so proud and thank you for that. We feel as partner in the discussion, and internationalization demands the in-depth discussion and working on multiple levels so that we can develop internationally. I want also to express my gratitude to Director for his openness, his eagerness to cooperate and treating us as equal partners. I'm and the whole IROS Forum are very grateful. I want to thank the whole people of Nava with whom I've cooperated, who are a fantastic, motivated team. And we have got, I think, about 30 people from the team. I was really impressed by the check-in and here. Thank you, Karolina. I would like to thank especially the whole promotion team, Małgosia, Karolina, Marta, our speakers. I'm really glad that this Congress happened, that it opened the discussion, and I hope that we have a lot of conclusions to build our national strategy of internationalization of Polish higher education and science. I'm happy, I'm proud. Thank you to my whole team, with David, Adrian in front, and also to everyone who was engaged in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Państwo, po tych słowach nie pozostaje nam nic innego, jak podziękować wszystkim uczestnikom za naprawdę wyjątkową atmosferę i życzyć Państwu spokojnego powrotu do domu.
Ladies and gentlemen, after those words, all we can do is to thank all participants for a truly unique atmosphere and wish you a peaceful return home.
Mamy nadzieję, że spotkamy się znów w dniach 11-12 września na Uniwersytecie Warszawskim na drugim Kongresie Umiędzynarodowienia, który poświęcimy nauce i naukowcom. Do zobaczenia.
We hope to meet again on September the 11th to 12th at the University of Warsaw at the second Congress of Internationalization. It will be devoted this time to science and scientists. See you.
Zamykamy tym samym transmisję wydarzenia online.
We are closing the online transmission of the event.
Reprezentantów NAWA i IROs Forum poprosimy jeszcze, aby pozostali w sali, natomiast pozostałych Państwa zapraszamy na koniec na obiad.